Hello programmer, welcome back to today's another new tutorial topic. So today's topic for this is SQL for the structured query language. It's a powerful tool for managing and manipulating database and understanding its syntax to key to becoming a proficient in database management. Okay, so now let's start with the basics. So first of all here I'm creating in this topic for the syntax of SQL. Okay. So first of all here I'm already defined for the new database for here is a SQL, and in this inside I am first going to create the first syntax for the SQL is a create table. Okay. So now just create a table and use the create table statement followed by the table name and a list of columns along with their data tags. Okay. So first of all here I'm just type is a create table and then table name sample just use the employees and here I create the parentheses and in this inside and inside for the column document. So first of all here I'm just typing employee ID. Okay, so define here this is the employee ID and it's a integer and put the primary key. Okay, primary. This is the primary key. Okay, and now just going the next step and here I'm just typing the first name. Okay, so first name is a varchar and inside for the first name size for here suppose is a 50. Okay, and next step here insert the last name. Okay, and define here it's the both the varchar and then create the size of 50. Okay, and next step here we use for the another statement for the each column is integer type and next here define the department. So perfectly just type is the department for its varchar and insert for the size of is a 50. Okay, so now here my here I'm just completely creating a table just name like employees with the column for example ID then first name last name even department and in the employee ID column is the same as the primary key ensuring its values in is unique. Okay, so here I am understanding. So now just I am select and then execute now and you can see here this command is completely successful. Okay, and next step here I'm create for is another open for the another queue and now just here insert into. So now just I'm inserting data into using for the insert into statement. So first I'm type this is the insert into and here and type for the table name is employees and in this inside and insert first is employee ID. Okay, so this is the employee ID then the first name and next step here is the last name then here I'm defined for the age and also the department. Okay, so now here is the perfectly defined for the employee ID then first name last name even the department. Okay, so now just I'm going to the next step and here I'm just type this is the values and in this inside first of all I am create for the employee ID is 1 and insert for the first name for suppose like is Zohan and also here I'm create for the last name and next step here I'm create the age is a defined for age is 30 and also here I'm declare for the department of IT. Okay, so now here is a completely inserting for a new record into the employees table with the values for each column specified. Okay, so now here just select and execute now and you can see here is the on row is affected. Okay, so is it two syntax is perfectly done and next step here I create for the another syntax and now I use the select statement. Okay, to open the another new query and first of all here I'm just typing the select then star from and then here I'm call the employees. Okay, so EMPLY, so these ones is employees, and here in this selecting for the all column from the employees table denoted by the asterisk. This query return all records stored in the employees table. Okay? So now just select, and so now here I'm just properly select and execute, and you can see here this is a select information for employee ID, name is Zohan, first name, last name is in the department. Okay, and next is the here and create for the most important for the another syntax for the update statement. Okay, so now here I'm just create. So first of all here I'm just typing the update for the employees, and now here I'm just create use the set statement declare for the age is equal to 35. Okay, and also here I'm define the where. So use the where clause and then type for event employee ID is equal to 1. Okay, so now here select and this updating the age column for the employees with employee ID 1 to 35, and the where clause is specify which record the date based on the certain condition. Okay, so here now just select and just execute, and you can see here this is on row is perfectly affected. Okay, so now just verify this statement and just going again here and then execute, and you can see here the perfectly update for the age. So previously the age was 30 and the update for the age is 35. Okay, so here is a completely for the update session, and there is have it a brief overview of SQL syntax and a more practical example. So I hope you find this tutorial helpful. So stay tuned for more SQL tips and tricks. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to our SQL tutorial series. So today we're diving into the where clause in SQL, the crucial component of filtering data. So first of all, just simply just define the SQL the where clause. So the where clause allow us to specify the condition when retrieving data from a table in SQL, and it's like a filter that helps us narrow down our result. So now just explore for how it's work with some example. So first of all, I am create here the basic where clause. Okay. So in this example, just I'm selecting for the record from a table based on a specific condition. Okay. So first of all, here I'm just type this is select and star from, and then type here is the employees. Okay. And next is here I'm just apply this is a where for the department. Okay. So this is the department is equal to, so here I'm used for the department of IT. Okay. So now and in this the retrieving or record from the employees table where the department column is equal to IT department, and this query will return all employees working in IT department. Okay. So here now just select and execute, and you can see here is one employee and the employee name is Zohan and age is 30 and the department for is IT. Okay, so in this department for the one employee is working for the IT department. So I hope you understand it. And next is the here create using the comparison operator. And the while clause also allow us to use the comparison operator to specify the condition. Okay. So now just going for here, and first of all I create the select star from employees. Now here I'm define for the age. Okay. So remove for the department, and here I'll just insert the age column, and here I'll apply for the age is greater than 30. Okay. So now, and this example is retrieving the records from the employees table while the age column is greater than 30, and this query will return employees older than 30 years. Okay. So now just save and then select and execute, and you can see here is not or is it greater than, and here inside for the another is defined for here is create for, suppose like is a 25. Okay, and then execute, and you can see here this is output for is it greater than for 25, and here is the state for the all retrieving all records from the employees table. Okay, so I hope you are understanding. And next step here I'm create. Suppose here I'm just create another for the combining conditions. Okay, so you can also the combine for the multiple condition using for the logical like for and or operator. Okay, so just I'm going in here, and then first of all here I'm create suppose like is a department. Okay, so define for the department column is equal to suppose here I'm create for the department of here I'm define the department. This is a civil. Okay, and now here I'm use the and operator and create for this is the age column is greater than 30. Okay, now just check. So here I'm not define the 30, and here I'm set for the age is a 28. Okay, so now and this record from the employees for the table where both the department in the IT, the civil and the age is greater than 28, and this query will return the employees who are older than 30 and work in the the civil department. Okay, so now this select and execute, and you can see here is a not stay and then define for here. So just like here I'm define for is a 26, just click and then execute. And you can see here is a on the here is employee ID is a 2 and the first name Zohan and the age is 28 and is perfectly defined the department of civil. Okay, it is perfectly retrieving for record from here is employee civil. Okay, so next is here create another example. Suppose here I'm creating for using the records. Okay, so now just create here, and first of all here I'm just type the first name. So record are used, so where, and then just type for here is a first name. Okay, so this one, this is the first name column, and just to remove here in this statement and just type for a first name, use the like operator, and now we'll simply use for the word of G, and here create for is a module. Okay, and this example is retrieving records from the employees table where the first name column starting with the letter of J, and the module record is a match any sequence of character following the character of J. Okay, so now just select and execute now, and you can see here is all column is all row for here starting for the character of J. Okay, so you see here, so here the session is completely done, and there you have it. It's an overview of the word class in SQL with some practical example, and hope you find this tutorial helpful. So stay tuned for the more SQL tips and tricks. So thank you for watching and happy. Hello developers, welcome back to our SQL tutorial series. So today we're going to explore the powerful order by class in SQL, and which allow us to sort our query result in a specific order. Okay. So first of all, the simply understanding definition for the SQL order by class. So the order by class is used to sort the result set of a SQL query based on or more column, and it's incredibly handy for organizing data the way we want to act. So let's take a closer look with some example. Okay. So first of all, here I'm use and start with a simple example of sorting in ascending order. Okay. So just sorting the result set based on a single column in ascending order. So first of all, here I'm just type this is select star from and the table name for suppose like employees. Okay, and next is that here I'm use the order by. Okay, so order by clause, and then here I'm just type the last name. Okay, so define for the last name column, and here I'm just create this is the ascending order. Okay, so here this we're retrieving all the records from the employees table, and is ordering them by the last name column in the ascending order. And this query return employees sorted alphabetically by the last names in a tree. So, first of all, we have to select this statement and then execute. And you can see here is a defined for the last name for first is the employee ID is a 3, and then the last name is Ali and the Dale and the Zohan and the Roy. Okay. So I hope you perfectly understanding is called ascending order. Okay. So next is the here for the sorting in the descending order. So the orderer class can also sort data in descending order, which is a reverse of ascending order. Okay. So now just going for here again, and then just I am remove for this is last name, and here I'm insert for the age column. Okay, and here I'm just define this is a descending order. So define for DESC. Okay, so you can understand. So just here I'm retrieving all the records from the employees table and ordering them by the age column in descending order. Okay. So now just I am select and execute, and you can see here the serial result, and this query will return for here is employees sorted from the oldest to youngest. Okay, so I hope you understanding, and you can see here in the age serial. Okay, so and in this the age row. So I hope you perfect understanding. So is completely for us to example. So next is we can create is a sorting by the multiple columns. Okay. So now just try and use the order by class allow us to sort the multiple columns which can be used for the more complex sorting needs. Okay. So just going in here and then select for the employees table and use for the order by the department. Okay. So just here I'm type it's called the department. And first of all, here I'm remove the descending order, and here I'm insert it's called the ascending order, and use the comma, and then here I'm also insert for the age is a DESC for the descending order. Okay. So this example retrieving all records from the employees table and ordering them first by the department in ascending order and then by age of descending order. Okay. So now this time I select and execute, and you can see here see the result, and in this query just to return employees sorted by department for first, and within is the department for the sorted by age from is oldest to youngest. So first is 30, 28 is oldest, and the 29 is the youngest. Okay, and here 27 is older and 30 is a youngest, and here you can see this serially is a continuous maintain for in this last year. Okay, so it's also done. And next is we will use the handling null values. Okay, and in this the order by class also allow us to control the placement of the null values in sorted result. Okay, so now just here and check again, and first of all here I'm create this is a order by for the department is the asynchronous order, and the age is the desynchronous, and here I'm also for is a nulls last. Okay, so define for the nulls, and here I'm just type the last. Okay, and then put the semicolon, and this example the retrieving or record from employees table and ordering them by department in ascending order and by age is descending order. Additionally, this is specify that here in the nulls values for the each column should appear last in the sorted result. Okay? So now just check and verify and execute, and you can see here this is the incorrect syntax nulls. Okay. So it's completely incorrect. So here use the null and just again check. So you can see here is a create for is error mark. Okay, so you cannot here handling in this the null values. Okay, so here I am already 3 example is perfectly done and show the output for in the display. So I get happy an overview of the order by class in SQL. With here is some practical example. So hope you find this tutorial helpful. So I hope you perfectly trying this SQL example. And stay tuned for the more SQL tips and tricks. So thank you for watching and have a good one. Hello everyone, welcome back to our SQL tutorial series. So today we're going to delve into the logical operators for and, or, and the not in SQL, and which are incredibly useful for creating complex condition in our queries. Okay. So first of all, here I'm defined for is a SQL logical operator. So the logical operator for and, or, the not allow us to combine condition in SQL queries, and providing for here is a flexibility and a precision in data retrieve. So let's explore for how to use all this work with some example. So first of all, here I'm use the AND operator. Okay. So now this is start. The AND operator means allow specify multiple conditions that must be so all the true or report to be included in the result set. Okay. So now just to create the retrieving request, we need two specific columns. So first of all, we have just type for the going here, and then type the CVM, select then star from the employees table. And going to the next step, and here use the where the department. Okay, so this is the department column, and is equal to here I'm insert for the department of IT. Okay, and here I'm apply for the AND operator and create the another column for is greater than 30. Okay, so define it perfectly, and here the selecting the record from the employees table and where the department for IT and the age is greater than 30. And now just I'll select this data query and then execute now. And you can see here is the employee is only for the column, and now just show for here column with row. Okay. So now here and change for is a so define for is a 29. Okay. So now just you can select and execute. And you can see here, this is the output for the employee 1. The name Zohan and your age is a, his age is 30 and the department for IT. Okay, so this department and our older here is a 30. So the complete and next step here and create is a using the OR operator. Okay, so now just use the OR operator and first of all here and create our department for IT and IT department and just apply for here is a OR operator and again and insert for the department. So define for here the department column and is equal to, so here I'm just type for it HR department. Okay. So here the selecting record from the employees table and where the department is either IT or HR and click here. So just select and then execute now, and you can see here only for here is the IT department. Okay, so here I'm just change. So insert for here is the marketing. So now we are with the marketing department and then just so again select and then execute, and you can see here the perfectly see the result for because here I'm already creating for the department information for IT department and also I'm creating for here the marketing department. Okay. So the complete for the two example. And next thing here I'm create is a using the not operator. So the not operator is a negative and a condition returning records that do not meet the specified condition. Okay. So now just go in here and first of all here I will create the select start from the employees table and where use suppose like is a not department for is only use the IT department. Okay. So now just remove this data query and here this is the example just selecting records from the employees table where the department is not in IT department. Now just select and execute now and see the result. So you can see here it is state for is a not department for the IT and this query will return the employees who do not work in the IT department. So you can see here first is the department, is the civil, marketing, finance, and the developer, but they are not here is the IT department. Okay, so understanding, and also here in create for is a combining the logical operator. And here, just you can combine the and or the not operator to create complex condition. Okay, so first of all, just going in here, and then remove for is a not operator. And first of all here and create, suppose like create the parenthesis and is equal to IT department. Okay. And apply for the and operator. So here create for the is greater than 29. Okay. And now create complete the parenthesis. And here use all another department. So now just define for the department is equal to create for is a software. Okay. So is a completely defined and is selecting the records from the employees table. Either department is IT and the age is greater than 29, or the department is a software. And here, first of all, I'm select it's not so only for is a select and then execute now, and you can see here from listed for is a department for is a IT, and here is a age for is a 30, and here just change. So here inside for the age is a 25, and then again select and now execute, and you can see here is only here stay for only the IT department. So in this the data for returned employees who are the either is older than is a 29 or 30 and works in IT department and work in the software department. Okay, so under a habit an overview of logical operators and or the not in SQL with some practical example. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understanding this session. So another thank you for watching and happy to. Hello programmer, welcome back to our SQL tutorial series. So today we're going to explore the insert into statement in SQL, and which is used to add a new record to a table. So first of all, the simple definition for the SQL insert into statement. So the insert into statement in SQL allows us to add new record to a table, and it's a fundamental operation when working with the database. And so let's explore for how it's work with some example. So first of all, we are inserting the single record. So in this example, just I'm adding a new employee table, new employees in the employees table. Okay. So previously I created employees and now I'm insert the new table is the employee. So now just going in here and here I'm just create for is the employee table column information. So first name, create employee, ID is integer, primary key, first name, last name, age, department, and here is the hire date. Okay. And now just I'm inserting a single record. So just going here, and first of all here I'm just type is a insert into, and insert for the table name. Suppose like is a employee, and here I create the parenthesis. Okay. And simply here I'm defined for this is it. So already here I'm defined this is it. Must we use the employee ID. So now just check. So again here this is the employee ID. So first of all here this is the employee ID. Then here I'm just type is the first name, then last. Okay, so here I'm just type is the last name. And also here I'm create for the age column, and next here I'm type is a department, and also here I'm create this is a hire date. Okay, so now here is a completely inserted for the column, and next step here I insert for the sample values. So first of all define for is a employee ID, suppose is 1, and next step here I create for the employee name is Zohan, and next step here I create for the employee last name for Smith, And then here I'm defined for the age is 31. And also for here I'm defined for the department of IT. Okay. So now here it's called the single. Inserting here is a new record with employee table with the values of first name, last name, is department, and the hire date will be specified. And this query will add a new employee's name, the Zohan, and then just select, okay, and then execute now. So you can see here is inserted for this column. So now I'm just check again for. So here I'm create for the employee ID, last name, department, and also here I'm add for the hire date. So now just here I'm remove all this the hierarchy again here and simply create this. So now just I am select and execute, and you can see here this the on row is perfectly affected. Okay, so here is a completely created for the single inserting row. So now just check, and first of all here I create the select star from retrieving for the employee table of information. So this is the employee. E-M-P-L-Y, the person. Okay, so we define perfect is the employee, and now just try and select and execute. And you can see here it's a completely create for the employee ID, first and last name. And the department here you can see here hire date is null because here I'm not inserted for the sample data query. Okay. So next step here I'm inserting for the multiple records. Okay. So now just going again here, and first of all I am copy for this data query, and then going for the next step. So first of all here and use the three columns. So next step here I'm create best and remove for this. Okay. So in this column I'm just remove, and here I'm create for stay is a comma, and then again and the next, and here just change for this name. So first of all here I am create for the employee IDs to 3 and 4 and change for the name, and here I'm reset for the name is a Jenny for Smith, and the age is 25. So define for the age 25, and also here I insert for the department of HR. And next step here I create the Mikhail and change for here inside for the name the Mikhail, and also here I'll change for the last name for is a Johansson. Okay, and now I'm also inside for the age is the 35 and department of the finance. And lastly here I'm add for the another table or row. So here I'm insert the name is Emily. So Emily, and then last name is the Brown. This type is a perfectly here with Brown, and the age is insert for 28, and also here I'm defined for the department of marketing. So now this one will perfectly create with the marketing department. So the stack is the marketing, this one is perfect, and here I'm create the semicolon. Okay, so here I'm inserting for new 3 record into the employee table with the specified values for each employee. Okay, and now in this query, so just check. So first of all here I am select and execute now, and you can see here is a completely 3 row, it's perfectly affected. Okay, and this query will add the Janice Smith to the HR department, Mikhail Johansson to the finance department. So now just I'm going again here and just select and again just execute, and you can see here perfectly Jenny here HR department, Mikhail Johansson the finance department, and Emily Brown is in marketing department. Okay, so here I'm completing multiple columns inserted. So next is the current create for suppose like use that another example. So here I'm create inserting because with the default values. Okay, so first of all here just going again, and then here I'm create specify the default value for the columns when inserting records. And now just let's see how it works. So first of all here I am create for the employee ID, first name, last name, and also here I'm defined for this is a hire date. Okay. So just type is a hire underscore. So just check again. So this is a hire date. This one is a perfect. And then here. And now I'm just remove in this two line and then turn to the semicolon. And now just insert for the IDs of 5 and insert for the Sarah name for the employee first name. It's called the Sarah and the last name for Wilson. So Wilson and is insert for 32. And here is the department for also the department inserting here economics. Okay. Economic and then here I'm insert for the hire date is a default. Okay. So now here this one is perfectly great is a default hire date. So this the example inserting a new record into the employees table with the default value for all columns except for is a hire date. And now just to check this hire date. So first of all here I am select and then execute now, and you can see here perfectly on is completely updated. And now just an again for verify in this employee table. So first of all select and execute, and you can see here is a the default keyword is used to indicate that the default value for the column should be used. Okay, so you can see understanding. So here is a completely show for the employee table all information. Okay, so and there you have it. And overview of insert in the statement is complete in SQL. We here provide for the some practical example. So I hope you find this tutorial helpful. So stay tuned for more SQL tips and tricks. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another new tutorial topic. So today here I'm create is a not now is a null values. Okay, so today we're just going to explore the concept of the null values in SQL, and you perfectly understanding the null values is creating for the working effectively with the databases. Okay, so first of all just a simply understanding and defining for the SQL null values. Okay, so here is a null is a special value in SQL that represent the absence of a value or the unlike data, and it's essential for handle null value correctly in database query. Okay. So first of all, I'm already here defining the new table for the employee table. Okay. And next step here I'm just inserting for is a null value. So now just let's start with an example of inserting null values into a table. Okay, so here I'm create for the table structure is a column is used for the total 5 column, and now here insert for is a the insert into sample data. So first of all here I'm defined for the employee ID is 1, and next step here I'm just type is a employee first name. So here I'm defined for the first name is Rohan, and next step here I'm insert for the last name for visitor, and also here I'm insert for is, and now I'm defined it's called the null value. Okay, and now here I'm create for the department of IT. Okay, so now you can see here is a perfectly defined for is employee ID, and now just going here and just check is employee the perfect one, and here I'm simply just inserting a new record with employees table and is column set to null, and now just here I'm select and execute, and you can see here is employee ID here is not defined. So now just I'm going for again. So now here I'm just skip for this. Okay, now here I'm just simply just create for is the EMP ID, and now just I'm again for select and execute now, and you can see this scan is completely successful, and then going for here I'm just create for simply this is the employee ID. Okay, so now just I'm check. So first of all, here again execute now, and you can see here this line invalid column for the employee ID. So now just remove and just again try. Okay. So here insert is a ID of 2, and then select execute, and here is the same this statement for this is the first name or them. Okay, so here you can see I'm not is perfectly inside. This is the employee. So you can see here I'm create for this employee name, and then just I'm again check and just as perfectly type it's called the employee. Okay. So this one employee, and here I'm create this is the employee ID. Okay, so now this one is a perfect, and create the comma, and now just I'm try and execute, and you can see here perfectly the on row is affected. Okay, so previous line big mistake for insert the employees. So next time I'm going for, so now just I'm check for this the null values, open for the another new query, and then type for here just select star from here. This is the employee table. It's not. So this is this one. And now press semicolon, and here first of all I select and execute, and you can see here is perfectly defined and show for here is the null value. Okay. So I hope you're perfectly understanding. And next is to pair of just querying record with the null values, and you can use the is null and is not null operators to filter record with the null or the non-null value. So now just try. So first of all here I'm create for is employee, and next is the here I'm use the where clause. So just here I'm type the where and define for the age column for is null value. Okay, so now it's defined perfectly, and when you just select and execute, and you can see here is a step for this is a true for this statement for in this age column is null. Okay, so now here I'm create here is a record with employees table. The age column is a null, and the query return the employee whose age is unknown or the not specified. So next step here I'm just creating for here is the update for. So define here is the updating records to set null value. Okay. So you can update the existing record to set null values for a specified column. So first of all here I'm just open for the another new query, and then here I'm just stay, and first of all here I'm create the update. So define for the update statement, and then define the employee table, and next step here I'm set for the age column is equal to is define the null value, and now here I'm create use the where clause for define this is a first name and is equal to inside here is a first name, suppose like the Zohan, and here I'm use the and operator, and here I'm create this is a last name. So define the last name is not, so just perfectly type here it's called the last name is equal to, so declare it's the call for the last name. So here is updating the age column for employee name for Zuhan due to the null, and this can be used when the age information is no longer relevant or need to be removed. So here I'm selecting this all statement and then execute now, and you can see here is perfectly the on row affected. So now just I'm check. So remove these, and here I'm insert the semicolon and again select. Then now execute, and you can see here is perfectly see the result, and here first time Zohan and the last time too, and here is perfectly null. Okay, so here in this session is completely done, and here I'm perfectly use an overview of the null values in SQL with some practical examples. Okay, so I hope you perfectly found this helpful or this tutorial helpful. So stay tuned for the more SQL tips and tricks. So thank you for watching. Okay. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another new tutorial topic. So today just we're going to explore the update statement in SQL, and which allow us to modify existing record in the table. So first of all, just an explanation for explaining the SQL update statement in used to modify existing record in a table, and it's a powerful tool for making changes to the data and now just explore for how it works and use the some example. So first of all, here I'm just simply just updating a single record. So first of all, I'm just select open for the employees table information. So first of all, here I'm just type select star and then from, and here I'm just type it's called the employees. Okay, and then create the semicolon, and first of all I'm select and then execute now, and you can see here is all record for is employees table. Okay, so now this is starting for the first example for updating a single record. So open for the another query, and here I'm first this type is the update for the employees. So this one is employees, and next step here I'm just set for the age column is equal to. So here I'm defined for the age is a 35, and next step here I'm just type is a where clause use, and perfectly just type here it's called the first name and is equal to. So define for the first name for here is a Zuhan, and also here I'm use the AND operator, and define for here is the last name. So now just I'm check for this table row, and here now here I'm insert for the last name this one. So now just here I'm type. So here is a completely type for here is the last name. So you can see here the updating the age column for employee's name for the Zohan Deo to 35, and this query will modify now. So now just I'm select and execute, and you can see here is the boolean condition. So now just and check again. Okay, so here I'm not defined for the last name. Okay, so here is a big mistake. So here I'm insert for this is a last name. So declare for the last name is equal to. So here I'm create perfectly now, and then select all, and then now for the execute, and you can see here perfectly two row is affected. So now just I'm going there, you can see here the age is 30, and now just I am again execute, and you can see here perfectly update the age is 35. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understanding. Okay, so next step here I'm create is the updating for the multiple records. Okay, so you can see here so now just going again. So here I'm create for the update employee and set for the department. Okay, so define for here is the department column, and now here I'm just type for the where. So remove this, and here I'm use the where for the age is greater than for 30. Okay, so you can see here, and now just I am again for select and execute, and you can see here is a two row is completely affected. So again just going here, and now I'm just select and execute, and you can see here is a perfectly defined for. Okay, so here I'm mistakenly not defined for here. So now here I'm just again create for the department of HR. Okay, so now just select all and then execute, and you can see here perfectly two row affected, and just again select for and verify in this table information, and you can see here the perfectly changed for the department name for the HR. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understanding, and here I'm completely updating the department column for employees older than 30 to HR, and this query will change the department of all employees age over for the 35 to the HR department. Okay, so next step here I am create the updating record with the default value. Okay, so you can just write and then going for again here and create for the table name for employees. Okay, and then here I'm just set for the age. Okay, so define for the set of the age column, and here is equal to just type for remove this, and here I'm create is a so CO. Okay, CO A L E then SEC. Okay, so this one is a perfect, and first of all here I am create the parenthesis, and in this inside I am define for the age column, and also here I am define for the age is a 25. Okay, and now here I am only choose for the department. So now just I'm department choose. So here I'm just type the department is equal to. So simply create the single quotations, and now here I'm choose for the age is here I'm just select for define for the age is 26 and then type for here a department for the marketing. Okay, so now here is simply defined and here I'm updating the age column for employees in the here the marketing department, and if an employee's age is a null and it will be updated for here using the callless functions. Okay, so now here first of all select and then execute now, and you can see here the perfectly the on row is affected. Okay, so now just I'm going here and then again for select in this verification for this employees table, then execute, and you can see here the perfectly update for. So now just in change, so here I am insert for the age is 35 years. Okay, so now here I'm define for the age is 35 and then again for select all and execute and perfectly affected, and then just going again for check and verify, and you can see here the perfectly update for this statement. Okay, so here this query will ensure that all employees in that department, here is a department use a marketing and you have and age is assigned. Okay, so now is completely done for the overview of the update statement in SQL with some practical example. Okay, so I hope you perfectly helpful this session. So now thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another new tutorial topic. So today here I am define and discuss and going to explore the delete statement in SQL. So which allow us to remove record from a table. So first of all here I am create SQL, define the SQL delete statement. Okay, since the delete statement is SQL used to remove record from a table and is operational in the managing database. So first of all here I'm deleting with the single record. Okay, so now just removing all an employee's name for the Zohan div from the employees table. So first of all here I'm just type this is a select the delete for the from the employees. So here you can see the employees table, and next step here I'm just use the where clause from the if first name. So define for here the first name suppose is equal to, so here I'm just select for the first name suppose like it is Zohan, and also here I'm use the and operator, and now here I'm define this is the last name. So last name is equal to the Zohan Doi. Okay, so here is the perfectly and then for the semicolon. And here I'm using the delete statement to remove the record the Zohan div from the employees table. And now just select all and then execute now. And you can see here is a in this row is perfectly affected now. Okay, so this the employee is the query did delete the specified this column. So now just open for the another query, and now here I'm use the select star from the employees table and create the semicolon and select all and then execute now, and you can see here I'm insert for that here is user Zohan and the Joe, and here you can see here is a perfectly defined this. Okay, so the completely use this the first column and the last column. Okay, so next step here I'm create is a deleting for the multiple records. So the delete statement can also be used to remove multiple records in a single query. So now just going for here and create simply. So just create the delete from delete from the employees table and use the where. So now just check for the where is department. So define for it's called the department is equal to. So now I'm just check for this table, and here I'm delete from in this the HR department. Okay, so now just here I'm define this is the HR. Okay, so you can see is removing for the employees. Here is a work the HR department from the employees table. So first of all here I'm select and then execute now, and you can see here the perfectly the two row is completely affected. Okay, so now just I'm verify. So first of all here I'm create in this statement and then select and execute now, And you can see here is a perfectly delayed for the HR department and stay for marketing, finance, and the developer. Okay. So I hope you perfectly understanding for the delete statement, how it work. Okay. So next step here I'm create for the deleting the all record. Okay. So you can delete for the all records from a table without specifying any condition. Okay. So you can go here and then remove for in this the wire statement. Okay. And just here select for the delete from. It is simply just type the employees table. Okay. So you are perfectly deleting all records from the employees table. So first of all, I'm select all and then execute now. And you can see here the perfectly 3 row is completely affected. Okay. So now just I'm going for again here and select just and verify this statement. And you can see here is only step for the total 5 column. And here is not a step for the row. Okay. So this query will remove for the all row from the table effectively emptying. Okay. So here is a completely done and there you have it. An overview of the delete statement in SQL with the 3 practical examples. Okay. So I hope you find this tutorial helpful. So stay tuned for the more SQL tips and the tricks. So thank you for watching and happy querying. Okay. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another tutorial series. So today just we're going to explore the powerful minimum and the maximum function in SQL, and this allow us to find the minimum and the maximum values in a dataset. Okay. So first of all, just I'm explain for simply the minimum and the maximum function. So in this function for the SQL are used to find the smallest and the largest values is respectively in a dataset. And they are handy tools for analyzing data. So first of all here, I'm create for the first example for finding the minimum values. Okay. So now just let's get started and here I'm create the minimum is our employees in the employees table. So first of all here I'm just type this is a select, then create here is a minimum and parenthesis inside declare for the age column and here I'm use the as statement. And now, first of all, here I'm just create this is a minimum age from the table name you use now here is a employees. Okay, so now here is defined perfectly. It's called the employees table. Okay, so in this here I'm using the first is the minimum function to find the smallest value in the age column of the employees table. Okay. So first of all, I select the result and see the output for the display. So now just here I'm execute now and you can see here, first I'm connect, okay, and then because here error, so now just choose for in the data set for SQL and now just I am again select and execute now and you can see here, this is the minimum is for here is a 25. Okay, so now just verify the employee table. So use the another query and here first and get the select star. From here use the employees table. Okay, so now just select all and execute now. And you can see here the minimum age is at 25. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understand it. Okay. So next step we are use finding the maximum value. Okay. So just I'm going for here. And first of all, we are using for the maximum function to find the largest value in the salary column with employee table. Okay. So just I'm change for here. This is the age column and now here I'm define the salary column and age for here is a maximum. So define for perfectly maximum salary and then just change. So this is a maximum salary as the maximum salary from the employees table. Okay, so now just select all and then here I am execute now. So now just execute and you can see here the maximum salary is a 60,000. Okay, so you can see here this is a maximum salary of 60,000. Okay, so in this query we return the maximum salary of all employees as the maximum salary. Okay, so next step here use the both for minimum and the maximum value. Okay, so now just here and create this function together both the smallest and the largest value in the data set. Okay. So first of all, here I'm create, just going here. Okay, and now just I'm type for the select. Then here I'm create, this is the minimum. Then parenthesis inside defined for the age column and use that as the minimum age. Okay, and next step here create for, this is a maximum for the age column, and here I'm use again the maximum age. Okay, and here select from the employees table. Okay, so this table is create the minimum and the maximum age of the employees in the employees table. Okay, so now just select all in this data query and then execute now. And you can see here, first is the print for the minimum age is the 25 and the maximum age is 35. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understanding. Okay, so next step here, use the minimum and the maximum values with a condition. Okay, so now just going here, so first of all here I'm just using this code. So first thing, create here the minimum salary. Okay, and as here change for, this is a minimum salary column, and here I'm just use for the maximum salary. Okay, so this is the maximum salary, and again just change, and here I'm use the salary column. Okay, and use the maximum. So first of all here and create the minimum salary and the maximum salary as the maximum salary from the employees table. And next step here, just I'm going for next step and then going also for the another. So now here I'm create the where. So use the where clause for is a department. Okay, so department and is equal to create for here is the IT department. Okay, so now just do it perfectly, and here I'm just select all. That's not save again. And now here I'm just simply just select all and then execute now. And you can see here finally print for the output. So first is the minimum salary is a 30,000 and the maximum salary here is in this here is a combined. Okay, so here I'm perfectly finding the condition used. Okay, so I hope you perfectly. So here I'm create the maximum salary, this is the minimum salary range. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understanding in this session, and here I'm completely overview of the minimum and the maximum function in SQL. So I hope you perfectly understanding this session. So now just thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello programmers, welcome back to our SQL tutorial series. So today we're going to explore the three powerful aggregate functions in SQL like count, sum, and average. And this function allows us to perform the calculation on group of the records. Okay. So first of all, simply just definition for the SQL aggregate function. So here the sum, count, and the average function in SQL are used to perform the calculation on group of records, and they are incredibly useful of summarizing data. So now just let's explore for how they work with the sum example. So first of all, I'll first create the example of counting the number of records. Okay, so just going here, and first of all here I'm just type is a select and also type the count, and here I'm just use for this star sign, and now use the as statement and then type for here is a total employees. Okay, from the employees table. Okay, so PLO employees. Okay, so this one is the perfect, and here is a complete user employees, and this statement here I'm using the count function to count all records in the employee table. And first of all here I'm select, it's not the mistake, it's not saving now. First I'm select and then execute now here, and you can see here is a perfectly print for the total employees number of 5. Okay, so here is a completely this query will return the total number of employees as a total employees. Okay, there is a total employees column, and next step here create is a calculating the sum. Okay, So now just going here, and first of all here I'm create the change for is a count, and here I'm insert for the sum value. So sum for here is a salary range, okay, for the salary column, and use for here is a total salary, okay. So just simply just type the total salary, and here I'm perfectly using the sum function to calculate the total salary of all employees, okay. So first of all I'm select and execute and see the result, and now just wait, okay. So here I'm press, and you can see here is the total salary range is amount, okay. So this query returns sum of all salaries as a total salary column, okay. So I hope you perfectly understand it. Next here I am creating a calculating the average function, okay. So now just try. So first of all here I'm simply change for the sum, and here I'm just simply create for the average, okay. And in this inside I'm change for the salary column and inside for here the age column, and now here I'm just type for the average age, okay. Average age from the employees table, and this table and using the average function to calculate the average age of all employees in the employees table, okay. So now just check. So first of all I'm select all in this query, and then execute and see the result, and you can see here this is the average age for the employee table is a 29, okay. So here I'm completely return the average age of the employees and the employees age column, okay. And next step here I'm just in different example provide. So here I'm applying the condition to aggregate functions, okay. So first of all just going here, and now just change this, okay. And now here I'm create this is a use again the count function, and here I'm create for as a total female employee, okay. So now just type for total female employee, and then next step here I'm create use the where clause for the gender, okay. So define perfectly the gender is equal to, so now here I'm define this is a female, okay. So perfectly just type this is a female, and now just I'm using here again the count function to count the number of female employees in the employees table, okay. So now just I'm trying, and I see the result for this display. So first of all I select and then execute now, and you can see here I'm not defined for the gender column, okay. So I'm simply just open for here this employee table. So now just use again here in the word because I'm not defined for the gender column, okay. So here I'm simply just type for the select start from here the employees table, and first of all select and then execute now, and you can see here this is it only used to the total 6 column employee ID, first name, last name, age, salary, and the department. And here you see the first, the female column and row, and here's a salary. This is a female. And here, step 4 in this the table for the 5 row is 2 row the female employee. Okay. So I hope you perfectly understanding, and there you have it and perfectly overview of the count, sum, and the average function in SQL with some practical examples. So I hope you find this tutorial helpful. So stay tuned for more SQL tips and tricks. So thank you for watching. Okay. Hello programmer, welcome back to our SQL tutorial series. So today we're just going to explore the powerful union operator in SQL. Okay. So first of all, here I'm simply define for the SQL union operator. SQL is used to combine the result of 2 or more select queries into a single result set, and it's incredibly useful for merging data from the different sources. So now let's explore for how it works with some example. The So first of all, here I'm create the combining result from two tables. It's a simple example of combining the result from the two tables using for the union operator. Okay. So first of all, here I'm just type is a select. Then first time type here is a first. So if first, the first name. Okay. And also here I'm create this is a last name column from the employees table. Okay. EMPLOY employees table. And now here I'm use the union operator. And now here I'm again just type for here just select this name, first name and then last name. And also here I'm create use the from statement and here I'm remove this comma. Okay, only use for this and now just check for the from the contactors. Okay, the contactors table. So define here perfectly now. And in this union operator can merge the result of two select queries. And the first query select the names from the employees table and the second query select from the names of the contactors table. Okay. So first of all here I'll select all and then execute and you can see here the perfectly clean combined the merge for the employee first name David and last name Son in the Jamil, Islam, Jara Ali, Zarin Zaman and so on. Okay, so here I hope you perfect understanding for is it perfectly working the union statement. Okay, so next step here I'll use the removing for the duplicate columns. Okay, so here I'm use the departments and from the employees table. So just remove this and here I'm insert the department. Okay, and also for just change here and select then remove this is a department column. Okay, you can see here this column is a department column. And here I'm using the union to combine the departments from the both table. If there are the duplicate department, they will be automatically removed from the result set. So now just select and then execute now. Okay, so just execute and you can see here the perfectly remove for the duplicate department column. So you can see here the first department for civil, HR, IT, marketing and the software. Okay, so I hope you're understanding. And next step here we use for the another example. So here I'm create the filtering the result set for the use the union operator. Okay, so first of all here I'm use the just check again and here I'm create for the first name column and then last name column from the employees table and here I use the where clause. So HERE where clause from here this is a department is equal to now here I choose for the department of IT. Okay, so now just going again here and create for the constructor where the project. Okay, so project is equal to define for the project of X. Okay, so here this union to combine the names of employees from the IT department with the name of the contractors working on project X. And a select query has own where clause to filter the result becoming for the combining them with the union. Okay, so now just try see and here display just show the output. Okay, so just select all and then execute now and you can see here this is not combining all query. So simply here it is not defined this IT and it's not here combined and now I'm simply open for this is a contactors table. So just bring another query and here first of all I will have the select then star from the contactors table. Okay, select all and then execute, and you can see here the perfectly see the constructor ID, first name, last name, department, and the project of XYZ. Okay, you can open for the employees table. So here I'm just type this is a employee and select all and execute now. And you can see here is a not state for the project column. Okay, so only you see here is the same column name, but this the contractor table is different. For it's the one column for the project column, for the employees table, not here. Okay, so I hope you understanding, and there you have it, an overview of the union operator and perfectly defined in the SQL. Use the some practical examples. So you will find this tutorial helpful. Stay tuned for thank you for watching and happy coding. Okay. Hello programmer, welcome back to our SQL tutorial series. So today I'm going to explore the group by clause in SQL. And first of all here I'm simply just definition create for the SQL group by clause. So the group by clause in the SQL is used to group row that have the same value into the summary row, and it will incredibly useful performing the aggregate function on the group by data. Okay, so first of all here I'm use the grouping data by a single column. Okay, and first of all here I'm just type this again, select and use the address. Okay, so define for the address column, and now just run type for the average salary. Okay, so define the perfect average salary as used for the AVG underscore. This is the salary column, and now just going for another line where I'm just type the from. This is the customers table. Okay, this is the customers table, and use here this is a group by clause, and here I'm just define again this is a address, so ADDRE address column. Okay, so now here I'm simply just create, and first of all here I'm select and then execute now. Okay, so just execute, and you can see here perfectly see the results. So first is the print for the address and the average salary. Okay, so you can see here perfectly understanding this output section. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understanding in this the complete output show for in the display. Okay, so here I'm completely create a single column. Okay, and next step here I'm create this is a use for the group by clause in the multiple columns. Okay, so here I'm using for the example just grouping the records of the customer table based on the customer address and age. Okay, so first of all here I'm define for address, and also here I'm declare for the age column. Okay, and now here I'm use the sum function, and then use the salary as a total salary. Okay, so now here I'm perfectly define the total salary from the customer table is grouped by address and the age column. Okay, so now we are completely create in this data query. Now I'm just going to select all in this data query and then execute now, and you can see here you perfectly see the output. So first is the print the address column, and next print for the age column, and lastly here print the total salary. So you can see here the perfectly this the total salary of address and the age column. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understanding this example. So next step here I'm just use the another example, just finding out the highest salary for each age column. Okay, so here I'm remove this a address column, only use for the age column, and here I'm just type this is the maximum salary as here I'm just change this and completely just type here this is the maximum salary from the customers table. Use a group by only the age. Okay, so we are perfectly created now, and just select all and then execute, and you can see here the perfectly print. So the age is 22 and the maximum salary is a 4,500. Okay, and here is this is a in this line this is the maximum salary for here 24 the age and here is the 10,000. Okay, so I hope you understanding is a completely done for in this example. And here I'm also used for the another example. So here I'm used the group by with order by task. Okay, so now here I'm use the example finding the high salary for the age sorted by the high or to low. Okay, so here I'm use first the maximum and change for here I'm use the minimum function for the minimum salary. Okay, so define the minimum salary and going for here is a customer table. And then next step I'm here use for the group by for age, and here I'm also use the order by clause for the minimum underscore this the salary, and it's create for here completely DESC descending order. Okay, so now here I'm just try the output for in the display. So first of all select in this data query and now just execute, and you can see here completely see the results. So first is a print for the age and the minimum salary, and here is a create for is sorted by high to low. So high salary is 10,000 and the low for here is the two table combined for 8,500, then 4,500 and 2,000, 2,000 and the 50 is a 1,500. The result is the minimum salary. Okay, so I hope you understanding, and here is a completely I'm just try overview the group by class in SQL with some practical example. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understanding this session. So now just thank you for watching and happy querying. Okay, hello programmers, welcome back to today's SQL tutorial series. So today just we're going to explore here the various operator in MySQL, and simply define this the operator in SQL are a symbol of the keyword used to perform the operations on data, and they include for arithmetic operators, comparison operators, logical operators, and more. So now just let's explore for how they work with the some example. Okay. So in this section, first of all, I'm just start with the arithmetic operator, and which allow us to perform the mathematical calculation in the SQL. Okay. So now just define. So first of all, just going for here is SQL for the management server management studio. And first of all, here I'm just type this is a select. Then now here I use the sum function, and in this inside I am defining this is a quantity. Okay, and then use for the multiple sign, and here I'm just type this is a unit, so UNIT unit price. Okay, and use the as the create the new color for the total sales. Okay, and now here I'm choose from the sales table. Okay, so define here perfectly, and here I use a multiplication operator to calculate the total sales by multiplying the quantity and the unit price column for is now. Okay, and in the sum function then adds up these values to give us the total sale. Okay, so now just select all in data query and then execute, and you can see here is the total sale for in the sales table. So here I'll create another new query and just open for the sales for a table. Okay, so now just select and start from just verify this. So from here this is a sales table. So now the complete and select all and then execute, and you can see here is a sales table total row and the column information, and here is a total sales result. Okay, so I hope you understanding. Okay, so the completely done the arithmetic operator, and next is the create. This is a comparison operator use. Okay, so just going again here, and now first of all here I'm just type is a this is a remove this data query. So just a minute. So first of all, here I'm use the select and the multiplication sign, and here I'm choose from the employees table. And next step, here I'm just use the where the salary column is greater than for 50,000. Okay. So here I'm completely using for the greater than operator to select the employees with the salary is greater than for 50,000, and this query is returned for the row from the employees table. So now just select and see the result in the display. So you can see here we can perfectly see the result from the employee ID is a 5, the name is Davidson, and age is 35, and his salary range for is 60,000, and the department of the software. Okay, and here this query for the employees table where the salary column is greater than for here is a use for the 50,000. Okay, so 50,000 greater than the 60,000. Okay, so you understand it perfectly. And next step I am use the another operator. Now I am create for the logical operator. So logical operator allows to combine the multiple condition in SQL. Okay. So now simply just here type use the select, and now change for the table name here and use the product table. Okay. So this is the perfect product table, and use the where, and now just here and type this is the category. So define for the category is equal to use for the product name is a camera. Okay, and here use the and operator and define here is a price column is greater than 500. Okay, and now here is a completely use, and these here use and operator to select product from the camera category, and we get price greater than for 500. And now just empty. So first of all select and then execute, and you can see here the product ID is 5 and the category of camera, and the price here is 80,000. Okay, so in this the data query is perfectly written the all row from the product table that meet both conditions. Okay, so here is a completely done for the SQL operator. So and there you have it, and I am now trying the perfectly overview of the various operation in SQL with use some practical example. Okay, so I hope you find this tutorial helpful. So stay tuned for more SQL tips and tricks. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy SQL data query. Okay. Hello everyone, welcome back to our MySQL tutorial series. So today just I'm going to learn for how to create database in MySQL, and it's essential skill for managing your data effectively. Okay, so first of all here I'm simply explain for what is the MySQL create database statement. Okay, so in the create database statement in MySQL is used to create a new database. It's the first step in setting up your database environment. Okay, so first of all here I'm starting and create here is a simple database now. Okay, so now just going started, I can use the create database now sample use for. So now just here select for in this the master, the primary, the first step, and here first of all here I'm just type this is a create database. Okay, so define for the create database name, use sample, use the compile. Okay, now here is a perfectly defined, and the create database statement for here is a create the new database name, suppose the company, and it is operation now so just I am select. Okay, and then execute. And you can see here this comma is complete successful because it is the operation is successful. For the MySQL return a confirmation message for here. This message indicating that my database has been created. Okay, so you see here is a create for the confirmation message. Okay, so you can check for is that database is it create or not create. So now just here we just in this section just reload, and then going for here just press for this the plus icon. Okay, and also just going for this the database into the database inside just going, and now just wait, and you can see here the completely create for the company database. Okay, so I hope you understanding. And now next step we are create a database with the character set and the collections. Okay, so now just going for here, and first of all we are create for the database name, suppose like this is the customers. Okay, so is it create the customers, and now just going again. Okay, and next step here, first I'm creating the database name customer, and here I'm set for the default character. So here I'm just type this is the default. So now just use the default for the character. So define simply the default character. Use the set. So here I'm use the default character use. So first of all, here I'm just type for UTF-8 or MB4. It's a default character for in the create database section. Okay, and here I'm also use just like here is a default. So here I'm use for all the capital word. Okay, it's called the DEF. Okay, so FAULT. Okay, it's called the default. Alright. Okay, and first of all here I'm just type the UTF-8 for MB4. Okay, and use the underscore. Use here perfectly the Unicode for CI. Okay, so this means here in this the default collection, this setting ensure proper handling is completely correct for in this the database. Okay, so you can see here I'm filled some just sample use and see here, and I'm not run in this statement. Okay, and next is the I'm just define the another data querying, and now here I'm creating a database for if not exist. So you can use the if not exist clause to prevent error it if the database already now exists. So first of all here I'm removing the default character the session, and here I'm just type is a create database for use just remove this, and here I'm just type for if and use the not for exist. Okay, EXI T so EXI STS. So exist for here is a cells. Now I'm create for here is a cells column. Okay, this is simply just exist this. Okay, so if a completely here in this example it's supposed to create database name the cells only, and you can just try for create the multiple column. So now here I'm just simply change so use for the cells is the 1, and next step here I'm create. So just to create for the database for cells 2. Okay, and also here and use for into the multiple. So now just try again copy and then paste for here the next line and change for this is the cells 3 connected. Okay, so now with the create completely and just select and then execute, and you can see here just wait, and the completely is a verification message for the completely create in this database. Okay, so here I'll just check verify this and just either reload this page and this section and then bring the database inside, and you can see here the perfectly create for the cells 1, cells 2 and the cells 3 database. Okay, so here is the completely done and perfectly in creating the database in MySQL with for the some practical example. Okay, So I hope you perfectly understanding this session. So now just thank you for watching and happy coding. Okay. Hello everyone. Welcome back to my today's tutorial section. So in this section, I'm creating here the MySQL for the drop database. Okay. And it's the most important operation when managing your database environment. Okay. So first of all, I'm just simply explain for the why and what use for the drop database statement. In MySQL used to delete an existing database, and it's a critical operation. So it's essential to understand for how it works. Okay. So now just let's explore with the some example. So first of all, here I'm dropping a simple database. Okay. So now just going here, and first of all, here I use the drop a database name. Suppose and previously create for the company database we no longer need. Okay. So first of all, here I'm just type is a drop, then create here just type the database. Just name for here is a company. Okay. So previous exam tutorial I'm completely create in this the database, and now just on drop in this the database. So in this the drop database statement to delete the company database, and if the operation is now just try to be successfully create. So first of all, I am select and execute and just wait, and you can see here is a completely just searching here, and here I'm just wait for a second now. Okay. And now you can see here this the create for the confirmation message form. This operation is completely successful because in the MySQL return the confirmation message indicating that the database has been dropped. Okay. And next step here is the completely use, and now here I'm just create for use the SQL drop database for exist statement. Okay. So the drop database if exist statement will include a condition to check either the database exists from the trying to delete. Okay. So just open for the another query, and first of all here I am just going in this session and just use for the sales one database, and first of all here I'm just type this drop for the database for if. So ex just exist and create. Now exist for exist and use for the database name. Suppose like here the sales one. Okay. So now here is a create in the database. Now I just select and then execute and just wait here is sales because it is currently used. Okay. So now just here I'm check in this inside, and now just here I'm to select this select sales one, and then now just remove and just try for the remove here. So just wait, and I'm just wait here is a few seconds. Now it is perfectly searching here. Okay. So now you can see here is a perfectly create for the message for in the drop database for exist for the sales one is completely drop for, and here is a create a show for the message for this common is completely successful. Okay. So I hope you understanding, and next step here I'm just relating for the multiple database. Okay. So first of all here I'm just going use the another new query, and first of all here I'm just type this is a, so just here I'm type is a drop, then database name for here is a sales 2, and also for here this is a sales of 3. Okay. So now here is a completely defined, and here just I am select and execute. So now just I am select and then execute, and perfectly is a drop for in this the two database. Okay. So you can see here is a create for the message is the perfectly successfully drop for this the two database. So now just verify. So first of all here I'm reload now, and then going for index inside, just press for the plus icon. And now just wait, and you can see here the perfectly removed for the cells 2 and the cells 3 database. And I hope you perfectly understanding. And here in the session, I'm completely dropping database use the MySQL with some practical example. So hope you find this tutorial helpful. Stay tuned for more MySQL tips and tricks. So thank you for watching. Hello programmer, welcome back to today's another new tutorial session. So today here I'm create for the MySQL tutorial series for creating table in the MySQL. It's a fundamental step in designing a database schema. Okay. So first of all, simply just define is a create table statement with the MySQL. And here in the MySQL used to create a new table, it allows to define the structure of the database by specifying the column and the other data type. Okay. So here, first of all, I'm just going and create for the new table. Okay. So here I'm just type the create. So just going for here. And now here I'm just type this is the create table. And here I'm used for the table name. Suppose the employees. Okay, so EMPLO wise employees, and create here the parentheses semicolon, and in this inside and create for the column information. So first of all here and create for the ID is a integer. This is a primary key. Okay, next step here I'm just define this is the first name. Okay, the first name is a varchar and define for the text size of 50. Okay, and next step here create this is the last name, and now we are all the varchar, then define for the text size of 50. Okay, and next step here and create for the another column. So now here I'm define for this is the email. Okay, so define for the email. For email is a both the varchar, and then here I'm insert for is a 100, and also here I'm create this is a hire date. Okay, so define for simply just type HIRE hire date and the date. Okay, so define perfectly, and here is a simply and create the create table statement to create a new table name for the employees, and here define for the columns for employee ID, first name, last name, email, and the hire date. Okay, and in this the ID for is set the primary key and ensuring that record has a unique identifier. Okay, so now just I am select all in the data query and then execute now. And you can see here the perfectly create this command is completely successful. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understand it. Okay, so next is to create for the another table, and now just open the another new query and here and create for the another table. So suppose like here and create the statement for the table name, suppose like the products. Okay, so create for the products table, and in this inside I'm create for the document for the column document. So first of all I'm create here the ID is this the integer, and it's create you choose for the auto increment primary key, but I'm not defined here. I'm simply just type is the ID for integer. This is the primary key. Okay, and next step here define the name. Okay, so name is a character and then size of 50. Okay, and also here I'm create this is a price column. The price, this is a decimal type, and here I'm create in this inside for 10 and 2. Okay, and also here I'm placing now just type the semicolon, sorry the comma, and now here I'm just typing the stock quantity. Okay, so STOCK underscore QUAN TY. Okay, so stock quantity is the integer type. Okay, so now here is a second table is completely created, And in this table, I'm just creating for the products and add for the price column, ensuring it's a and the default, and here I'm create for the stock quantity column, and this here is a help for the maintain for the data, yeah, and prevent for this completely creating this the data table. So first of all, here I select and then execute now, and just wait, and you can see here this column is completely successful. Okay, so now just verify in this table is great or not great. So first of all, just going here and then just type for here is a reload, and now you can choose for another way. So just going in here and select for this is a sales one database, and we are create. Okay, so it's not create, this is a select star from, so first time create the employees table. Okay, so define the employees table, and now just select and execute, and you can see here is a completely create in this column. So here I previously did the 5 columns, so total the ID, first name, last name, email, and the hire date. And next is you can create for the another table. So now just show the verify this table name is a products table. Okay, and now select and then execute, and you can see here the perfectly create the column. So ID, name, price, stock, quantity. Okay, so here is a completely done, and here I'm perfectly overview and creating table in MySQL with some practical example. So I hope you perfectly find this tutorial helpful. So now stay tuned for more MySQL tips and tricks. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another new tutorial topic. So today here I'm create for the MySQL drop table, and it's important operation when managing your database schema. Okay, so first of all here I'm simply just define for the MySQL drop table statement, and here is a completely use the MySQL is used to delete an existing table, and it's a critical operation, so it's essential for understanding for how it works. Okay, so now just explore for here is a basic sum example. So first of all here I will create this dropping a simple table. Okay, so first of all here I am create for the drop table statement. So define for here is a drop table statement to delete the employees table. Okay, so define for here is a completely implies table, and if the operation here is a completely now successful, so just I am select and then execute, and just wait, and you can see here in this operation completely successful, and the MySQL just return a confirmation message for this message, and is indicating that the table has been completely blocked. Okay, so now just verify. So simply open for the another new query, and then type for here is a select, then multiplication sign, and with the from, and here is a defined, this is the employees table. Okay, now we will perfectly create this statement and then execute, and you can see here is invalid name for the employees because they permanently drop for the employees table. Okay, so I hope you understand it. Okay. And next is that we are dropping a table for if exist. Okay, so now just create, and first of all here I'm use the if exist clause to drop a table. So now just going here the drop table, and here I'm just type. So suppose like here I'm use the if, then exist. Okay, so just check again. So exist for the table name is suppose the products. Okay, so define is perfectly, this is the products table, and here is a drop table, and the product only exists if the table does not exist. Okay, so now here I'm just select and execute, and you can see here the MySQL is returned a message indicating that no table was here is a drop, So just going here and change for this employee, and here I'm just insert the products table. Okay, so just select perfectly and then execute now. And you can see here invalid this product, and because we perfectly dropped this the product table. Okay, so here I'm used for the another drop table. So here I'm dropping a table with the foreign key. Okay, so now just here I'm going on the change for the product, and now here I'm create for the foreign key the orders table. Okay, so define it perfectly this orders table, and this drop statement to delete the order table, and if the table has a foreign key relationship with the other tables. Okay, now here is the completely use and orders, and just I am drop and select and execute, and you can see here the MySQL will automatically drop the associate columns, and here is a completely drop the tables. Okay, so here is a just a check, so remove this product, and here I insert the orders table. So first of all select and then execute, and you can see here the completely drop for into the orders table now. Okay, and in this session is completely drop for in the perfectly I'm dropped the three table, and it's a completely overview. I'm trying and drop the table in the MySQL with some practical example. So I hope you're perfectly understanding this session. So now thank you for watching and happy coding. Okay. Hello everyone, welcome back to our today's MySQL tutorial series. So today just going to learn how to alter table in MySQL, an essential skill for modifying the structure of your database. Okay, so first of all I'm simply explaining for the MySQL alter table statement. In the MySQL is used to modify the existing table. It allows us to add, modify or drop column, and now just explore for how it works with the some example. Okay, so now first of all here I'll create this statement, and just starting for here is adding a column to a table. Okay, so just going here, and first of all here I'm just type the alter table. So here I'm used for the table name, suppose like the employees. Okay, so employees, and then going the next step, and here I'm just for add the columns from the use the phone number. Okay, so phone underscore, this is the number, and here I'm use this is the varchar. Okay, so it's a create completely, this is the varchar, and here insert for the size of 20. Okay, so now here is the defined perfectly, and here I'm using the alter table statement to add a new column for the phone number. Okay, so now just I am select and execute, and you can see here this worker is not defined here, so now just I am remove. Okay, so just I'm completely remove and add for the column. So here I'm select and then again execute now, and here this employee does not exist, so here is not the permissions here. Okay, so the no problem. So just I'm doing one first I'm going for again here, and the show for here this is the employees table. Okay, so first of all I'm just going for in the drop table here is inside for the database, and also just going for the sales database, and then show for the create table section, and here you can see here is no string for the table section, and here I'm at from the phone number. Okay, so phone number, and this is a varchar, and then size here is a 20. Okay, so now here is defined perfectly, and now just select all, and now just try for execute, and here in this command is completely successful. Okay, so just going for here and simply select for use these the open for another new query, and first of all here I'm just type it is select star from the employees, and now just select it's not now. So just here I'm select all and then execute. And you can see here the perfectly altered for in the phone number columns. Okay, so I'm perfectly adding this column. And next step here I'm create and modify the existing columns. Okay, so just going for again here and just create for the alter table. So here you the employee and now just remove for this add. And here I'm create suppose like the modify column. Okay, so define this is the modify column and modifies not so modify column. So you can choose here to write this is a email column. This is a worker. For here is a 100. This is a not null. Okay. So you can select this and completely see the output for here. So now just I am select, okay, and then execute, and you can see here, see the result, okay. Now you can see here, you completely see the command is completely successful, and now just I verify this command. So here I'm just going for this table inside and just reload now, okay, and then going for in this inside and just choose for the database and also choose for the sales database, and then going for here is the table, and you can see here is the click for the employees table and select for the column. So you can see here this the email for here is a 100 for this the worker for the text size, okay. So I hope you complete understanding. Okay, so in the completely creating for the two statement, and next step where I'm create this is the use the dropping a column from a table. So first of all here I'm just create this is the alter table. So define for the table name is a product. So now just choose again. So you can see this is the product table, and now just drop for this the here is a price is a stock quantity and just drop. Okay, so this drop table name is a products, and then here I'm just create this is a drop column name COLUMNS columns name for the SPOCK stock underscore QUAN quantity. Okay, so this one is a perfect now. Just I'm trying and select and then execute, and you can see here the here incorrect this syntax now. So now just I'm trying for here I'm just remove for this is a name column. So just here again this is a product table, and then here I'm just try for this column. So now just I'm execute, and here firstly I'm just again for select and execute, and you can see here this command is completely successful, and just here I am reload in this database section, then going for in the database inside I'm also just doing the cells and the table, and you can see here created another table of product. And now just try, so just select and execute, and you can see here this is same for this area. So here I'm going for the product, another way to stream drop for this column. So first of all here I'm just select and then just delete now, and just here I'm wait select this, and you can see here the perfectly drop for this column. Okay, the second way I'm define and see here. So I hope you perfectly understanding in this session, and here I'm completely drop for this table. So here I will perfectly understanding this session. So now just thank you for watching, and here I'm completely overview for the alter table in MySQL with the sub program, the practical example. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy learning. Okay. Hello programmer, welcome back to our today new tutorial series. So today here I'm create is a MySQL tutorial series. Okay, so today here I'm create is a not null constant in the MySQL, and it's a powerful feature for ensuring data integrity in your database. Okay, so first of all here I'm simply just explain for the MySQL not null constant. Okay, so in this the constant is MySQL used to specify that a column cannot contain null values and this ensure that each record must have a value for the column. Okay. So first of all, here I am create already the new table for here the task, and here I am create for total is a 4 column. So first is the ID. It's saying choose at the primary key, and next is to create the title. Then here I'm apply for the not null constant, and also for here the start date and the both for the not null constant. Okay. And in this, so here is a just introduction, and basically here I am create for is a table, and here in this the task table explicit defined for here is a title and start date column with not null constant, and ID has a primary constant key, and therefore the implicit include for here is a not null constant. Okay. So now just here I am select and execute in this table data information. So first I'm select and execute, and you can see here this command is completely successful. Okay. So next step here I'm just insert. So first step here I'm check the current, this is a null value, and here is the completely create for the verification message for this command is completely successful. Okay. And next step here I'm just insert. So now in this session I'm already create here. Here I'm insert for the sum row in the task table. So you want to record user to provide an estimated and date when is it creating for here the new task, and you can add the not null constant to the end date column of the task table. Okay. So here is a completely create, and now here I'm just use lastly define the null value. Okay, so you can understand. And next step here I'm define for the ID is a 1. Okay, and also here I'm create this is your ID of 2. Okay, so here is a completely just defined, and simply here I'm just perfectly create this table information, and now just I'm again check, and you can see here is a perfect now, and just I am select all and then execute, and just wait, and you can see here this is a 2 row is completely affected. Okay, so here is a create the confirmation message, and here is a completely create this table information. Okay, and now I'm just find out for the row with the nulls in the column for end date using for is null operator. Okay. So here I'm just open for the another new query and just verify for into the task table. So first of all here I'm just type this is the select, then start from, and here I'm just type this is a task table. Okay. So define is perfectly, and here I'm then select and now perfectly execute, and you can see here is a completely clear. So first is the ID, then title, start date, and the end date, and here the date is completely create for the null constant. Okay, and now here I'm create using for the is null operator. Okay, so first of all here I'm create the same this statement, and then here I'm use the while clause. Okay, so while clause for just type for end underscore date. Okay, and here I'm type for this is null. Okay, and then here I'm just change and use for the all the capital word. Okay, so here is a completely used for the is null, and here I'm apply for the semicolon. Okay, so in this query is completely define this, and here I'm perfectly use the is null operator, and now just here I'm and check and verify. So first of all select and execute, and you can see here the query is written for on row with null in the end column. Okay, and you can see here the perfectly is the end column is perfectly null, and here is the start date, and the ID2 is the title for check and update the not null constant to your database. Okay, so here is a completely create, and next step here I'm also create for the update the null value to non-null values, and in this case you can create a rule that sets the on week after here is a date start date when the end date is null. Okay, so here I'm just apply for the update statement. So here open the another new query, and first of all just type for this is a update, for the task table. And next step here, use the set statement. So now just type for here, this is a set, and then just type for the in underscore, then type for here the date is equal to, so start underscore date. Here I use for the plus operator for the 7. Okay. And now just here I'm type this is a while. Okay, so just perfectly it's called the while clause for, and then going the next step, and then just type for this is a suppose like for the end date for is null. Okay. So now here is a completely create in this statement, and now just here I'm apply and just execute. So just select and execute, and you can see here the create the date is incompatible with the integer. Okay. So here is a directly for not defined for this statement, and here I am create for the another way. So now just going for again here. Okay, so now not now. So just going. So now just going here, and first of all here I'm change for in this the ID for is it 3, and next here I'm apply for the 4, and here I'm insert for the another update date. So first of all here I'm create is a 2024. Then here I'm apply for here is a 2 month for the age. Okay. So here is a completely click, and then select all, and now just execute, and you can see here the completely true row is affected, and then just I am again for select and execute this statement. So just here I'm simply remove, and here I'm create completely this semicolon, and then again this is not saved here, and first of all I'm select all and then execute now, and you can see here is a completely just change for and this, and here I'm for the new is a double column here inside it. Okay, it's a double row. So here in this session is completely done, and here I'm perfectly apply for the not null constant in this session. Okay, so thank you for watching, and have a good day. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another new tutorial topic. So today here I'm creating the MySQL tutorial series. So today just going to explore the unique constant in MySQL, and it's a powerful feature for ensuring data integrity in your database. Okay, so first I'm simply just explain for the MySQL unique constant. This means that no two row can have the same value for the column. So now just let's explore for how it's work with some example. Okay. So first of all, here I'm create is a simple table with the unique constant. Okay. So here I'm already just create for the table structure. So create table name for a student, and the student ID and the student name, and here create for the email. Okay. So in this the email column must contain the unique values, and this ensures that its student email address is unique within the table, and is account for is made to insert a duplicate email address into this column. Okay, so now just here and select and then execute now, and just wait, and you can see here this table is completely created, and here is a show for the confirmation message for this command is completely successful. Okay. And next step here I'm just modifying an existing column to create unique key create. So next step here I'm open for the another new query, and first of all here I'm just type this is the alter for here the table, suppose like the students. So it's called the students table, and here I'm just use for the add constant. Okay. So now just here I'm type this is a cons TRAINT. Okay. So this is a as constant for unique email. Okay. So UNIQUE. Okay. So unique underscore. This is the email column. So here I'm just again use the QUE. So unique, and in this inside and define for this is a email. Okay, so now here is a completely defined, and this statement using for the algorithm the statement to add a unique constant name for the unique email to the email column in student table. Okay, so now just I am select all and then execute in this table, and you can see here this command is completely successful. Okay, so here is completely made to modify the column to allow here the duplicate values. Okay, and now here, next step, just I'm inserting data into a table with the unique constant. Okay, so open for another query, and first of all, here I'm just type this in insert into, and here I'm select for the table name students. Okay, so define for the students, and in this inside, first of all, I'm define for this is a so just going here. So first I'm create the student ID. Okay. So just define student underscore ID, and next step here insert for the student name. Okay, so define underscore the student name column, and also here create the student email. Okay, so EMAIL is a perfect spelling. And now next step here I'm just defining this area values. Okay, so just an insert for the sum value. So first of all, here I'm define for the student ID is 1, and then define for the name of a Zohan Doll, and also here I'm create for the email address. So suppose like for Zohan at the rate for gmail.com. Okay, so now here the perfectly defined, and here I'm create the semicolon. And now just I'm inserting for the sum sample data query, and now just I am select. Okay, and then execute, and you can see here the completely for on row is affected. Okay, so now just here I'm open for the new query. So just going here, and then first of all here I'm select, then star, so not here, star from the table name students. Okay, just I'm verify for English student and just fill the unique key. Okay, so now execute, and you can see here is a completely used for the student ID name and the email, and the indicate email for the unique key. Okay, and here is a completely used for it's called the unique statement. Okay, so here in the session is completely done, and completely overview of the unique constant in the MySQL with the some practical example. So I hope you perfectly understanding this tutorial is completely helpful. So stay tuned for the more MySQL tips and tricks. Okay, so thank you for watching. Okay, hello everyone, welcome back to today's another new tutorial topic. So today here I'm create is a MySQL for the primary key constant in MySQL the management studio. Okay, so first of all I'm designing for efficient and well structured database. Okay, so just a simple explain for the MySQL the primary key constant is used to uniquely identify its record in a table, and it ensures that no two rows can have the same primary key value. So now just let's explore for how it works with some example. So first of all here I'm already create for the table structure for the student, and here I'm simply create for the three columns. So first is the student ID is for the primary key, and the secondly here I'm use the student name and also for the email column. Okay, so now here is a primary key for first here the student ID. This column is a primary key for the student table. Okay, and now just here I'm identifying in this table and separation. I'm just trying for the successfully create. So first of all here I'm select and here I'm just select and execute now, and you can see here this command is completely successfully created, and here is a create for the operation is successful, and the MySQL is create is completely okay. And next step here I'm create another example, and here I'm just adding a primary key constant. So now just here I create the student table, and next step here I'm use for the another table. Just select. So first of all just going here and then select for the database. I'm just going for the cells and also for the table. And here I'm used for the three table. The first is the employees, then products, and also the student table. Okay. So now just execute. So first I'm type for the another file segment, and here I'm just type this is the alter for here is a table. Okay. And select form here is a employees table. Okay. And then going the next step when I'm just add for this is a primary key. Okay. So define for here is a primary key constant, and in this inside I'm just type for here is emp underscore id. Okay, so now it's simply define, and here first of all I'm select all and then execute now, and just wait, and here I'm mistaken, so not choose, so here I'm choose for the cells, and then now just I am again, so here I'm just again select and then execute, and you can see here it's already primary key is defined. Okay, so here I'm already defined, so you can see just going for this column inside, and you can see here is already defined for it's called the id for this is the primary key. Okay, so here is a not is defined already now, and now just I'm going for the next step. Okay, so first of all here I'm inserting the data into a table with the primary key. Okay, so first of all I'm remove this. Okay, so remove this statement and just type this is the insert into. Okay, so here I'm create for the insert into, select for the students table, and in this inside just going for here and check. So first of all here I'm create the primary key, suppose like the student underscore id, it's called the primary key, and also here I'm create the student underscore the main column, and also here I'm define this is the email column. Okay, so this one is the perfect, and then going for the next step, and here I'm insert for the some value. So first of all here I'm define for the primary id for 6, and here I'm use the name for the Zara. Okay, and also here I'm create for the student email. So suppose here I'm like for the Zara at the rate for example.com. Okay, so now here is completely defined, and here I'm use the inserting the new student record to the student table, and here I'm specifying for with the student ID is a primary key and use this attribute, and here now just I am select. Okay, so here I'm just mistakenly not define this single quotation, it must be used this quotation. So okay, so now this one is perfect, and here I'm just select all and then now just execute, and you can see here the on row is completely affected. Okay, so now just going for again here and open for another new query, and here first of all I'll just type this is a select for star from the students table, and then execute or select all, perfectly just execute now, and you can see here use for the student id the primary key and the student name, and also for the email. Okay, so here is a completely create this, and next step here I'm use for the update statement now. So just going for here, and first of all here I'm use for the just try. So first of all, we have just type update students, and next step we will use for the state then student name. The student underscore the name column is equal to, so here I use for the name is a Jenny. So and also here I create for the where. So use the where statement the student underscore id is equal to 1. Okay, so now just try. So now just select and then execute, and you can see here is affected now. And next step just I am going for here, and then just again for execute. So just type is select star from the student table and then select all and now execute, and you can see here okay, so now just mistakenly define this chemical there and now just select all and now just execute, and you can see here is use the student ID is just here, and now is completely use this, and here I'm just use perfectly the primary key constant in the MySQL, and here we use some practical examples. I hope you find this tutorial helpful. Stay tuned for more SQL, MySQL tips and tricks. Okay. So thank you for watching. Okay. Hello everyone. Welcome back to today's another tutorial topic. So today we are going to create the MySQL foreign key constant in the MySQL and is essential feature of establishing relationship between table in a database. Okay. So first of all, I'm simply just explain for the foreign key constant in MySQL used to link two tables together based on a relationship between their column, and it ensures the referential integrity by imposing a link between the value in the two columns. Okay. So first of all, I am going for the first table. For the first table is the customer table, and here I am already created this the customer table information for the data query, and this comment is completely successful. Okay. So because first time create the ID and the name, where name, age, address, salary, and if this is the primary key for the ID. Okay. Now here I'm create another table for the orders table, and here I'm create for ID, date, and also for the customer ID, and here I'm create for the constant for is a foreign key customer, then foreign key the customer ID, and the reference for the customer specific for the ID column. Okay. And here I'm also put the amount, then also the primary key is the ID, and this table is completely successfully created. Okay. So here I'm completely create in this two table. So first is the customer and the orders. Okay. And now in this two table, just here add the foreign key constant on a column for this customer ID. The reference also for here is the customer ID. And in the customer table has shown the statement is perfectly below. Okay. So now it's going for perfectly now, and next step, and here I'm completely created two table, and now just I'm define for the foreign key constant on an existing column. Okay. So here suppose I'm use an example for the customer and the order table have already been created in the MySQL database, and now just will add a foreign key constant on the ID column of the order table. Okay. So now first of all here I'm just type this in the alter for the table. Okay. So define for the alter table is like the orders, and then going the next step, and here I'll just create the add the constant or in the constant for the fk means the foreign key underscore the orders. Okay. And next step here I'm also create the for I so FORE IGN, this is a foreign key, and in this inside I'm define for the specific column for the ID. Okay. And now here I'm also create the reference, so this is a reference for here it's called the customers. Okay. So is a customers for it in specific column. Suppose like for the specific column for the ID. Okay. So now here we simply create for this query, and in this query just add the foreign key constant on the column of existing table. Okay. So now just select all data query and now just execute and just run, and you can see this command is completely successful. Okay. So now just going for here and open the new query and just here and type for, so first of all here and type this is a select, then star, from here is called the customers table, and also for in the setting try for the select star from the orders table. Okay, so now here is a two table is completely clear and understand both for RAM. Okay, so you can see here the perfectly here's the first is the ID name is an address column. It's called the customer table, and next is the ID customer ID and the amount. This is a order table. Okay, so here is a completely verify this statement. Okay. And now here I'm also create is a dropping. This is a foreign key. Okay. So now here, first of all, I'll use the MySQL query to drop the foreign key constant from the column of the table. So first of all here, I'll create for this is just going begin here and then type for the outer table for the orders table. Okay. And here I'm also create so just going for here. This is the orders table and just type for here is a drop statement for the drop is a this is a foreign key and just type for 80 underscore this is the order statement. Okay, so now define perfectly and just simply just check if you are in IGN. This one is perfect and select and now just execute and you can see here this foreign is direct here is not defined. Okay, so here I'm just completely not defined the foreign key and here fetch for error. Okay, so now here is a completely create these the statement or suppose the error just defined and here simply just drop for is there only the customer table. So just going here and first of all here I'm just remove this and here I'm just type this is a drop statement used for the drop table the customers. Okay, so define this perfectly and now just I am select all and then secure and you can see here this customer because referring to the quantity constant. Okay, so here is a completely create this the drop table customer. Okay, so here in this session I use the completely create the CV orders and use the column to the customer and the reference for the customer ID. Okay, and here and have it in the overview complete the point to constant in MySQL and here I'm complete use for some practical example. Okay, so I hope you're perfectly understanding this session. So thank you for watching. Have a hello programmer, welcome back to today's new tutorial series. So today here I create the MySQL default constant series. Okay, so in this MySQL is a handy feature for setting default value for column in a table. Okay, so just simply explain for the what is the MySQL default constant and is used to specify a default value for a column and this value is automatically inserted into the column for no value explicit provided during an insert operation. Okay, so in this session first of all I am create a table with the default constant. Okay, so I'm just time saving for this process just follow and here I'm create simply a student structure. So first I create the ID if this is a primary key and the name and also for here the start as varchar and default for the active. Okay, so this statement for here is a insert provided that during insert operation and here now just I am just select all and will execute then perfectly and you can see here this command for this operation is successful and the MySQL just return a confirmation this message. Okay, so now just to move on for the next example and here I'm just modifying an existing column to default. Okay, so just going to use the here and first of all here I'm just type this is a outer table. Okay, so define for the outer table it's called the students. Okay, and next step here I'm just again create this is the outer so columns for use the status. Okay, and here I'm use the set for this is the default for in this inside and create for the message suppose like the inactive. Okay, so here I'm use only the column. Okay, so just here create simply the status for the set is a default column, and now you are create the semicolon. Okay, so this statement is create for the inactive. This means it's no valid explicit provide during here is a insert operation. Okay, so now just try is perfectly run this statement and select all, and now it's secure, and you can see here this the set statement is not directly defined. Okay, so here I'm just simply just remove this, and now just I'm again for try. Okay, and now this is same for this, and just again with default just remove then just try, and now here in the face for the same a problem for inactive session. Okay, so here you can change for here you use the inactive. Okay, so here the not defined declare is a modified existing column, and now just I'm going another way just define. So here I'm create now is inserting data into a table for here is a default constant. Okay, so now just remove, and first of all here I'm just type this is a insert into for the students table, and in this insert first of all I'm declared for the ID. Okay, is must to use for the ID column, and next is here we use this is a name column. Okay, and now just type this is a values, and also create the parentheses. So first we define for the ID is a 1, and also define for the name this is a Zara Ali. Okay, so here is a completely correct, and now just start inserting for a new student record in the student table. Only here only use the ID and the name column. Okay, and is provide is data is specified here status column, and MySQL is you will use the default value inactive for in this operation. So now just here select all, and then execute now, and you can see here the perfectly on row is completely affected, and here in this MySQL just to return a confirmation message. Okay, so here is a completely done, and just active for this statement. So here I'm create, so now just going use the another query, and just first of all here I'm type this is a update for the students table, and then going the next step, and here I'm use you can use for the state, then the status. Okay, and is equal to create for here is the inactive message, and here where just create the where clause for ID is equal to 1. Okay, so here is a completely used, and now just I am select and secure, and you can see the result is perfectly okay. So you can see here is a completely show for the message for is on row is perfectly affected, and here in the student for the set status for the perfectly inactive. Okay, so now just I'm verify for in this student table. So first of all here I'm just type this is a select, then start from the students. Okay, so this is students table, and now here is a completely create, and then just select, and now execute, and you can see here this is perfectly show the message. So here I'm create for the update for startup, and you can see here is a create for the inactive message show. Okay, so here is a completely used for the default overview or default constant in MySQL, and here I'm used for the some practical example. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understanding this session. So thank you for watching, and happy coding. Okay. Hello programmer, welcome back to today's another new tutorial topic. So today we are create is a MySQL date data type in the MySQL. It's a fundamental type for working with the dates in the databases. Okay. So to simply explain for the MySQL date data type is used to store dates in the format for it's allow us to perform the various operation and the comparison on dates efficiently. And here I'm create and explore for how it works with the some example. So first of all, I'm simply a table with the date columns. Okay. So now just going for here and then type this is a create for the table name. Suppose like this is a events. Okay. So now here just okay. So EVEN events and you are create the parentheses. And in this insert and insert for the sum column. So first of all here I'm create the event ID. Okay. So define for the event ID. This is the integer and it's the primary key. Okay. And next is here for the event name. Okay. So EVENT underscore. This is the name. It's a varchar and event name and year and use for the text size of the 100. And also here and create this is most important for event underscore the date and it's a complete use for the date. Okay. So now here to simply define and here first of all I'm creating is a completely defined for the sample ID and now I'm completely create this event table. Okay. So now just I am select and verify this and I expected for here in this event is when it's created and here is a show for the confirmation message for in the display. Okay. So now just select and execute and you can see here it will completely show the message for this command is completely successful. Okay. So I hope you perfectly understanding. Okay. So now just move for the next for the second example. Okay. So now here I'm just inserting data with the date column. So you must provide for the date in the correct format. Okay. So here I'm inserting perfectly and first of all here I'm just type this is a insert into for the table name suppose like the events. Okay. And here create the parenthesis inside and just type first the event ID. Then create for the event underscore name and also create this event underscore date column. Okay, so now you have defined perfectly. And in this next line, I'll insert for the sample insert value for data query. So first of all, here create the event ID is a 1. Okay, and next step here, I create for the event name. This is a meeting. Okay, and also here insert for the event date for here is a 2024 and use the 4 month and the date for is a 30. Is it 30 and insert perfectly and here I'm simply just create inserting a new event record in the events table for event ID, event name and for event date. Again, it's provided correctly format for year, month and date format. Okay, so now just select all and then execute now and you can see here perfectly is a on row is completely affected and in this MySQL is completely returned a confirmation message. Okay, so I hope you perfect understanding and now here I am create for the querying data based on the date. Okay, so you can see here I'm open for the another new query and create in this example. So first of all here I'll just type for the select then star for the multiplication sign from the table name suppose like this is the events and use the wire cross for suppose like this is event underscore date and is greater than is equal to instead for the date for 2024 and use the 4 month and also for the date is it 30. Okay, so now here is a completely defined and here I am posting this select all. Okay, and then execute now and you can see here this is the result for the output. First is the event ID and secondly there is the event name and in this the event date. Okay, so I hope you perfectly for here is the date format and in this tab there are a matching for record and is a MySQL will return for is a perfect result set. Okay, So here is completely done for the data types in MySQL. And I hope you found this tutorial helpful. So stay tuned for more MySQL tips and tricks. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's new tutorial session. So today here I'm create for the MySQL views. Okay, so first of all here I'm just simply the first segment for understanding the MySQL view. Okay, so in this session for the MySQL view a view is essentially in a virtual table that is based on the result set of the MySQL statement. I mean, we have like a table allowing you to query, but a date is derived from one or more underlying table. Okay. So first of all, simply here include the first example. Suppose slide 4. The query is create a view based on the above is a create table. So now just going insert, it is inserted. So first insert. So here, first I will create this is a create for the view. So create view. So first of all, I am type this is a first underscore. It's called the view. Okay. And here I'm use it as a statement and create this is a select for a star from the table is called the customer. Okay. So define here perfectly and here is simply just define here is a create simply show the customer table information or the data query. Okay. So now just select and then execute now. And you can see here this command is completely successful and in this MySQL it provides for here is a confirmation message this one. Okay. So this line and here is a completely used and now just here I am just verifying in this content of a view using for here is a select query. Okay. So now just going the another new query just open and here first of all here I'm just type this as a select then star from and the update name for here is called from first underscore view. Okay, so this one and here the completely use and now just I'm select all and then verify in this statement or command. So now just execute and you can see here this is the first view information and the data query table. So first is the ID, name, address and then the salary column. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understanding in this session. Okay, so next is to here create for another example and here I just replace with and if not exist the clause. So you can use the replace clause along with the create view to replace the existing view. So first of all here I am just going in this statement. Okay. And here first of all I'm just going here and create for the replace. So just here create the create for use the or statement and then type for here is a replace view the first view as the select from the customer and it's complete and here I'm select all and then we replace this and you can see here is not replacing this here is it correct in this situation. Okay, so here not define and now I'm just going another way. So here I'm just create a view using the wire class for in this table. So now just I'm remove for this the or replace statement and simply I'm create for the just I'm define this is a create view for use the test view. Okay, so test view for as the select star from the customer and then type for here use the wire clause for here the salary. Okay, the salary is greater than 3000. Okay, so now here simply define and first of all here I'm select and then it's secure and you can see here this command is completely successfully. Okay, and now here I'm verify for in this table information. So now just here I'm just again for select and secure and you can see here this all the record for here is a 3000 for greater than here is a 20,000 15,000, 20, 20,000, 25,000, 65,000, and 80,000. Here is the font mode. Here is the completely for the greater than 3,000 greater than for in all salary range. Okay. So here I'm used for the another statement just create now, and here I'm used for the create view statement along with the check option. Okay. So you can see, and first of all here I'm just used for the create view. Okay, so now just remove this statement, and here I'll just try first of all I'll just type this is a create for view. Here I'm just typing the new underscore VIEW, and then the next step I'm going to use for the as the select statement use from the customer table. Okay, and then going the next step and then use the wire cross suppose the name column for is not null. Okay, and also here I'm use the wait for check option. Okay, so now here is a perfectly defined, this is a check option. And here I select all and then execute now. And here the open the completely successful this statement and open the another new query and just verify this. So first of all, I'll just create a select start from the new underscore. So here I'll just use the create for the new view just to use. Okay, so just select and execute, and you can see here it will completely change for this table name is perfectly, and here the show got all information. Okay. So here in this session completely used for the MySQL view statement, and I hope you perfectly understanding this session. So thank you for watching. I'm happy. Hello everyone, welcome back to our PostgreSQL tutor series. So today just we're going to explore for how to create table in the PostgreSQL. It's a fundamental aspect of database management. Okay. So first of all, the first segment for the understanding the PostgreSQL create table statement. Okay. So first of all, you're creating table in the PostgreSQL is a crucial step in designing a database schema, and the table defined for the structure of your table for the data including the column and their data type. So now just let's explore for how it's work with some example. So here in this session I am again used for the SQL Server Management Studio and apply for the PostgreSQL data query. Okay. So now just start. So first of all here I'm first example starting with a create a company table with a ID as a primary key and the not null. At the concept showing that this field cannot be null while creating the record in this the table. Okay. So now just going here and first of all here just I'm type this is a create table. Okay. So this is the create table and the use for the create table name suppose like this is a company. Okay. And here I'm create the parentheses. And in this inside, I'll insert for the some column information. So first of all, I'm type on ID. Okay. So ID, this is integer for it's called the primary key. Okay. And here I'm define this is a not null. So next step here I'm also create the name column. So name, this is a text. Okay. And this is a not null. Okay. And here I'm also doing this is the age column. So age is a integer type and it's both for the not null. Okay. And it's just for the another column. This is the address. Okay. So ADDREES address. And here the address, this is the character type, and here I'm used for the character of 15. Okay. And also here I'm create this is a salary columns, the salary. This is a real. Okay. So here is a completely create. This is a new table for the company table. And now just here I am select and execute and I am expected for the confirmation message show for in the display. Okay. So just I select and then execute, and you can see here this command is completely successful, and here it will create show the message for the command is completely successful. Okay, so I hope you're understanding. And now so let us create one more table, and which we will use our exercise in the subsequent chapter creator. So here I will create another table. So now just going for the new query open, and here first of all, just type here is a create table statement, so table name, just like the department. Okay, so define it perfectly the department, and here I'm create the parenthesis, and in this inside I'm create for the message suppose like. So first of all, here I'm just type integer for the ID. This is a primary key. Okay, and here is a not null. And next step here and create this is a depth. Okay, so depth for this is a character type, and here insert for the character is a 50, and here is a this is both the not null. And now we are in create also for define, so it's not here first in the first is the ID, then is the integer. Okay, so this one is a perfect, and here I create for the employee ID, so EMP underscore the ID. So it is a integer type for this is a not null. Okay. So now here is a completely defined this, and here I create for the onward table, and here now just I am select, and here is a perfectly I expected for the department table is all completely created now. Okay. So now just I am select and execute, and you can see here this command is completely successful because in this department table is completely created. Okay, and you can verify for here use for perfectly create this table and has been created successfully, and you use the /d command, and which will be used to list down all the table in the Atos database. Okay, so now just in verify, just try. So here I create another new query, and first of all here I'm just type this select star from here I'm just create the company table. Okay, and for the semicolon just select all and then execute, and you can see here the perfectly create for the ID name is an address column, and here I create for the onward table name suppose like the department. Okay, so department, and now here is a completely create, and just I will verify in this department table. So here I'm create for in the execute, and you can see here is a create for the three tables, so for three column. So first is the ID, department, and the employee ID. Okay. So here in this section, I'll completely create for the two table for use the PostgreSQL for the data query. Okay. So here in this session is completely done, and you'll have it and perfect overview of creating table in PostgreSQL and some practical example. So I hope you're perfectly understanding in this session. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Okay. Hello everyone, welcome back to our PostgreSQL tutorial series. So today here I am create for how to insert data into PostgreSQL table using for the insert into statement. Okay, so first of all just an understanding for the PostgreSQL insert into. So in the insert into statement, the PostgreSQL is used to add a new row of data into a table, and it allows to specify the column and their value for each record that explore how it works with the same example. Okay, so first of all we are inserting data into a table, the explicit column names. Okay, so now just going here, and first of all I'm use the first table, the employees table information use. So previously I'm create for this table, and now I'm just insert this some data query. So first of all, we have just type the insert into the table name, just like the employees, and here in this inside, I first of all type the EMP underscore ID, and so now just check. So here, so simply the ID, first name, last name, and the email. Okay, so simply create for the ID, and here I insert the first name, then last name, and also for here this is the email column. Okay, and now here I'm going to insert this is the values. If we're taking parentheses, and first of all, we have insert for the ID is a 1, and the first name for here is a Jenny. Then last name we have defined for the Jenny, Jenny Smile. Okay, and also here I'm create for the email for this is Jenny at the rate gmail.com. Okay, so now here I'm create this is a single quotations inside because it's not declared perfectly. Okay, so here I will completely create this statement, and here I'm simply inserting the statement to add a new record for the employees table and explicitly specify the column name followed by corresponding value of each column. Okay, and now just here I select all and then execute now, and you can see here is a create for the if the operation is successful, and the PostgreSQL will return a confirmation message for on row is completely affected. Okay, so here is a completely done, and now just I'm going for the another example just create, and here I'm just inserting data into a table for the default keyword. Okay, so now here I'm used for the another table information. So first of all here I'll just type this is the insert into for the table name, suppose like receiving products, and in this insert first of all I'll create the product underscore ID, then also the product underscore name column, and also here I'll create this is the price. So now just check. So again here this is the product ID, name, and the price. Okay, this one is the perfect. And here I'm just going to next step, and here I'm insert for the sum values. So just like for the values, first I'll create the product ID is a 1. Okay, and then use for the product name for is a vintage. Okay, so develop ID, and next step here I create this is a default. Okay, so you can see a perfect understanding. And now here I'm simply create inserting product record into the product table, and provide the value of the product name column and use the default keyword for the price column, and allowing it to use the default value as defined as the table schema. And now just here I select all and then execute now. So just wait, and you can see here this is on row is completely affected. Okay, so now just check and verify. So first of all open the another new query, and here just type this is a select star from the table name is called the products. Okay, so now we simply select and execute, and you can see here this is the widget for is a null. Okay, so I hope you're understanding. And next step we have just multiple columns just use, so just going for here and then use for the another. So now just define for the 2, and then here I create name change for the suppose like the Zara, and here I'm use hence this is a Zara. Okay, so just like this is a Zara. Okay, and also here I'm create for the another column. So now just copy. Okay, and paste for here is the next line, the semicolon, and now just change for the most change for the employee ID is 3, and then here I'm create the name of here is Zohan, then here Smith SMITS Johan Smith, and here I'm change for the email address. So now just define this is it. So okay, so now here is a completely create for the multiple insert data query, and first of all I'll select all and then execute, and you can see here the 2 row is completely affected. Okay, so now just I'm open for the employees table all records. So here I'm create a star select multiple sign for the from, and here I'm type this is a employees And now just select all and then execute. And you can see here the perfectly see the result. So first you will create the ID, first name, last name, and also for the email address. Okay. So here are the three different row in this employee table, and here in this session is completely done, and I'm perfectly inserting data query into the PostgreSQL table with some practical example. Okay. So I hope you perfectly understanding this session. So thanks for watching and happy coding. Okay. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's and a new tutorial topic. So today I'm back for here is the PostgreSQL tutorial series. So here I'm just explore for how to fetch data from the PostgreSQL tables using for the various method and queries. Okay. So first of all here I'm simply explain for the PostgreSQL fetch data, and the table is a fundamental aspect of data management, and you can retrieve for a specific record filter data and perform various operations using for the SQL queries. Okay. So here in this session now just directly jump into the practical implementation of the fetch data. Okay. So first questions for here I'm just solve for how to use the fetch data in PostgreSQL. So now I am just going for here. So I'm already uh, create a table in my database whose details are listed below. So now just I'm opening this table. So here, first of all, I'm just typing the select, then star, and also then type for here the from, and now just going okay, so here then create the table name. Just type here is the articles. Okay, so now just type article here. Okay, so define perfectly. And here now just select and execute, and you can see here this is the table all information. So it's article ID, article title, and the published date. Okay, so you can see here perfectly. And now is a completely open is a article table has the row and the run perfectly this query. And now in this session, I will create for another example. So now just let's run the following in this query. Just fetch the first three rows of the articles table. Okay, and here I use the sorted by article. ID is the ascending order. Okay, so now just open for the another new query. And first of all, here I'm just type this is the select then star and the from, and then type the articles, and then going the next step, and here I'm just use the order by. Okay, so order by the article ID. Okay, so I'm just perfectly just type. Okay, the articles underscore ID. Okay, and next step I'm just click this is the ascending order, and then in the next step, and here I'm just use the fetch data. So first I'm type here this is the fetch, then first three row. Okay, the first three row only. So here it is defined perfectly, and now just I am select. Okay, and then execute and just wait, and here is it the first page. The statement this option. So now this is going for again here. This is the first three, and here the first three for the row is a create table, delete query, and the insert query. This is the first three row. Okay, and here I will not directly insert for here in valid uses this option first in the fetch query. So now just going the next step, and here create the complete deep type for the correct statement, and here will not show because this the all here create for the query statement. So now we're doing the another way to create the next step here, and just skip for the first three row, and now I am fetched for the next three row. So now just going for again just going here and then type. So first of all here we use the offset. So now we make this query, and here first of all I'm just type this is the offset for the three row. Okay, so offset three row. I'm going the next step and just again define fetch for first three row only. Okay, so here I'm just simply just type this statement for here the first three row, and you can see here is a use just only, and you can try for in this statement and perfectly show the output. So here I'm just simply remove, and now just check for the another table. So here first of all I'm just type for the select, then ID, and also here I'll just type this is the first name, and also here the last name. Okay, so define for the last name, and now here I'll choose for the employees table. Okay, so define perfectly it's called the employees table. Okay, so here now in this session I'll just select and then execute, and this word, and you can see here is a perfectly see the output. So first is the train for the ID, and next string for the first name and the last name. Okay, so here in the session is completely done, and in the fetch data statement and completely working and show the output for in the display. Okay, so I hope you're perfectly understanding this session. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Okay, hello everyone, welcome back to today's another new tutorial topic. So today's topic for here the PostgreSQL using the add column statement. Okay, so here this is the adding column to existing table in the PostgreSQL is a common task in database management, and it's allow us to modify the structure of our table to accommodate new requirements. Okay, so first of all here I'm adding a column width for the default value. Okay, so here I'm just open for the another new query, and now just going here and then again just here, and first of all here I'm create for a query statement. So first of all here I'm just type this is the answer for the table, and here I'm used for the employees table. Okay, and now just going for the next system, and here I'm just type this is a add column, and now here I'm use the star plus. Okay, and then type for here this is a variable. So this is variable, and now here in this inside and type for here in the 20, and now here I'm use this is the default for in this statement inside in this type for in this the active statement. Okay, so you can see here and create for the correctly statement, and in this the alternative statement to modify the employees table, and you are adding a new column named status with a variable type, and is a default of active. So you can choose for another way to set the statement. Just select and execute and see the result. I am add for another way for the completed employee table. Just wait for the another new column. So now just I'm going for in this employee. So this one, so employee table inside, I'm just going for just columns, and here I'm just press for the right side, and now you can see it's open for the new column option. Okay, so now I'm just wait. Okay, so here is the public searching, and now and you can see here is the open for the employee table column structure, and here I'm just type this is the status. Okay, so you can see the status, and now here I'm choose for this is a banker. Okay, so it's the just choose for. Okay, so now just choose the banker, and now next here this one is the variable, and now here is a completely used, and now is a completely created this, and now just here I'm press for the save, and now just wait, and here I'm just wait for the few seconds, and now just I am going for here and then update for indeed the data query, and now just going for here in the plus icon, and then going the database, also the Postgre, and then table, and here just going for the employees inside and also for the columns, and you can see here we perfectly add for the status column. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understanding, and here I'm the two-way create add for the here is it new columns. Okay, so you can choose for here add a column with a not null constant. Okay, so now just I'm going for here, and first of all here I'm used for the add column. So now just I'm change this, and here I'm used for this. So now just completely remove this, and here I'm used for the add column with department ID. Okay, so department underscore ID, and it's integer for this is a not null. Okay, so here is perfectly defined, and now here I'm just create this, and now it's going for here. So you can see here create for the column with a red mark because here not directly defined for in this column. So when you just press select and it's completely arrow, it's show the result. Okay, so here you can see this continue directly exclude the column. Okay, so I'm now try for the previous way. So just going again here, and now just right set place and then click for the new, and here in this type basically department, so department underscore ID. Okay, so department ID is integer type, so now just choose for this is the integer, so it's the person scroll, and now select for a click here integer, and now we complete, and now here I will select, and so now just I'm going for doing this process, and now just here it's cute, and now just open for the another new query, and first of all here I'm choose for the database for the PostgreSQL, and also here I'm going type for the select, then start from the employees. Okay, so now this process, and here I'm select, let's not save now, and just select all, and then click use, and just word, and you can see here the open for the new column for the customer ID, and previously I am set for the another column for the status. Okay, so I hope you completely understanding, and here I'm perfectly add for the new column. So and you have it an overview of adding columns to existing table in the PostgreSQL with some practical example. Okay, so I hope you perfectly found this tutorial helpful. So stay tuned for more PostgreSQL tips and tricks. Okay, so thank you for watching. Okay, hello everyone, welcome back to today's another new tutorial series. So today just we're going to explore for how to update data in MySQL table using for the update statement. Okay, so first of all here the update statement in PostgreSQL is used to modify for existing records in a table, and it allows us to change for the value of a specific columns in on or more row based on certain condition. Okay, so first of all, here I'm simply updating a single column in SQL. So now, before here, I'm just opting for the company table having a record just and follow. So first of all, here I'm just open for the company table. So just here select, then start from, here is a company. Okay, so you can see here this is the company, the basic statement for starting process. So now just here and select, and then execute, and you can see here we see the company table record. So first the ID, name, age, then address, and also for the salary. Okay, so here first I'm use the first example for suppose like the we would update for the address for a customer, and now so here I'm create for this statement update for here the salary where the ID. Okay. So now just we use the another new query, and first of all here I use the update statement, and update here this is a company, and use the set for the salary is this is it, and now we are just use the while clause for id is equal to 3. Okay, so now here the perfectly defined, and here I'm just create the semicolon, and now we can verify for in this statement. So now so here I'm just using for the set the salary. Okay, so now here we declare this is a set salary is equal to, and here we want to select and execute. And execute, and you can see here this is all is perfectly happened. Okay, so here I'm used for the another ID. So here I'm used for the ID is 1, and now just I am used for, so now you can see here this one is a 25,000, and this is a company for here is a 20,000. Okay. So this is 20,000 for the ID is 1. So now just click and verify. So first of all here I select and then execute, and you can see here this on row is completely updated. Okay, so now just I'm going for the first example, and here now just I'm clicking for select and execute, and you can see here perfectly update. So previous salary range is a 20,000, and the minimum update for the 25,000, and the ID is 1. And secondly, for here the ID 3, and previous here is the range is the amount range for the salary. Okay, I hope you perfectly understand it. Okay. So next step here I'm used for the another example. So here I modify for all address and the salary column for a column in company table. So you do not need to use the where clause and update query for would be as so now. So here you can see here this is the address information for California, Texas, Norway, and the rest one. Okay. So now I choose for here the all address for the Texas. Okay. So now just going it again here, and first of all here I use for the update the company set for the address. Okay, so define for the address is a, so just going again here, and first of all create the single quotations, and here I'm type just see the textures. Okay, so here is a completely defined, and here I'm also create for and another just put for the another column for the salary. Okay, so use for here is a completely for the salary is equal to, so now here and insert for the salary is a now this one. Okay, so so here I'm just type this is the 80. Okay, so 80,000, and now you can see here perfectly created this, and here I'm just select and just completely update for the company table all right. Okay, so here just select and then execute, and now this where you can see here is a completely 4 row is perfectly updated. Now just check for here, and then it's completely in this table for the company. Now just here and select and execute, and you can see here this is all address for the teachers and all salary here is 80,000. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understanding, and here I'm completely working for in this process. Okay. So here in this session is completely done, and there you have it an overview of your updating data in the PostgreSQL with some practical examples. I hope you perfectly understanding this session. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Okay. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another tutorial topic. So today here I'm using for the alter table statement. Okay, so here the alter table for alter column statement. So here is a PostgreSQL alter column. Just modifying columns in PostgreSQL table is a common task in database management. Okay, so it allows us to change the properties of existing column to accommodate new requirements. Okay, so now just let's explore for how it works with some example. Okay, so first of all here I use for the again for the company table name and table as company, and here first of all I'm just starting for the first example. Suppose here now I am adding new column in a existing table. Okay, So here I'm used for this in this the company table, and you can see here total stay for the total 5 column. So first the ID, name, age, address, and the salary. Okay, so here I'm inside for the add new column. Okay, so now just going for here, and first of all here I'm just type this is a alter for the table. The table is a company. Okay, and now here I'm used for the add for the call gender. So add column for the gender, or define the gender. It's a character for is 1. Okay, so here is a completely defined, and now here I'm completely preparing this data flow statement, and now just here I'm select and completely change for the company table information, and now just I'm select and execute, and you can see here this command is completely successful. Okay, so now just verify in this company table, just going for here, and then just I need to select for this company and then execute, and you can see here probably add for the another new column is called the thing. So here is completely used, and next is again used for the another column just add. So here first of all I'm use the gender, and now here I'm add for the department. Okay, so here I'm used for the department, and then just some type for here is a welcome. So this is a diaper, and now just type it to 50. Okay, so here is a completely used for the another company columns name. So here first of all I am select and then execute, and just wait and execute, and you can see here this command is also completely successful. Okay, so now just I'm update for here is the company so here I'm select and then execute now, and you can see here the perfectly add for the new column for the department. Okay, so here I'm completely add for the two columns, so first is gender and the department. Okay, so you in this process for the alter is another way just working for the drop column. Okay, so first and create here is a department, and now I'm just choose for here. I'm now drop for in the department column form here in the existing table. Okay, so now just going for here, and now here remove this, and first of all here and again just retype for here the alter and then table. So here I'm defined for the table name. Suppose this is a company. Okay, and now here I'm used for the drop statements, the drop and for the department table. Okay, so here to completely create this is the department, and completely here I'm just type this is a drop statement, and now I'm just try for if they're working this statement perfectly. So first of all I just check alter table, then company, and here I'm used for drop the department. Okay, so first of all here I'm select and execute, and you can see here is a okay. So you mistakenly just perfectly not back here and use the TRO drop. Okay, so now the first here I'm select and execute, and here is the department is not constant. So here is not working. So now here I'm used for the vendor extract. Okay, so here I'm defining this is the vendor, and then again for select now it's secured, and here is the same for could not drop in this. So here is the process does not drop this column. Okay, so now I'm going for here, then again going the database, and also going for the PostgreSQL table going, and now here I'm just opening for here is the company and then columns. So now I'm remove for edit the department. So here I'm just so then okay. So here I'm just right press for the department, and you can see here is a delete. Okay, so now just press for okay, and you have to do it and completely remove for here is the department. Okay, so now I'm just again for selecting this company and just verify, and you can see here it's perfectly draw for the department column. So here this session is completely done, and here I'm perfectly creating for the alter columns in the PostgreSQL table with some practical example. Okay, so I hope you complete understanding this section. So thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to our PostgreSQL tutorial series. So today just we're going to explore for how to drop columns the PostgreSQL table using for the drop column statement. Okay, so here in the dropping columns from the PostgreSQL table is a common task in database management, and it allows us to remove for unnecessary columns and streamline for our database structure. Okay, so first of all here I'm going for the first example for dropping a single column. Okay, so first I'm open for the employees table, because in this employees table I'm just use. So then first time type for the select, then from here is a employees. Okay, is a perfect, and now just select all and then execute, and you can see here. So now just I'm going for only here is the department ID and also the department name. So now just I'm going for okay. Okay, so here I'm now just here. So first of all here I'm just choose for the database for the PostgreSQL, and now just I'm getting select and execute, and you can see here the total column. So now you can see here this one is a first name ID, first name, last name, email, status, department ID, and the manager. Because here is a not, because they are not defined for the inside into for the sum gains and the data. Okay. So now is the now fact, the main fact here. So now just I'm going for the main example. Okay. So here I'm open for the employee statement all records. Okay. So now here I'm dropping a single column. So now open for here, just going this one, and now just open for the another new query. And now here, first of all, I'm just type this is the alter. So here I'm just type for the alter table. So the table name is a employees. Okay. So define for the employees, and now just here drop for the column. Okay. So drop column for this is the email. Okay, so now here the define perfectly. This is the email column. And here I'm just completely used for the alter table statement along with a drop column clause to remove the email column from the employees table. Okay, so now first of all I'm select this statement and then execute. And you can see this command is completely successful. Okay, so now in this operation is successful, and the Postgre will return the confirmation message. Okay. So now just I will verify. So now just select these employees and then execute, and you can see here is a perfectly drop for the emails column. Okay. So next step here, I am drop for the multiple columns. So now just going for again here and then choose for the drop column. So first of all, I will use the department ID. Okay. So department underscore ID. So now just check again. So this is a department. So we're gonna perfect department ID. And now here I'm used for the another drop column. Okay, so another drop column for is the manager ID. Okay, so is a completely used for the manager underscore ID, and here is a completely use this, and now I'm use here the alter table statement from drop for both the department ID manager ID columns from here into the employees table. So now just I will check the statement. So you can see here is a manager ID incorrect syntax. So now just going again. So you can see here is a state for the manager ID because we are sure for the incorrect. Okay, so now here I'm looking for the first name. Okay, first name column, and now here I'm used for the drop column. So now just here get the column, and then just again use this manager. Okay. So manager underscore ID, now just making check. Okay, so just here select and then secure, and you can see here the code for this the error. So here simply for the on line is a remove. Okay, the drop for this column. So first of all here I'm select and secure, and you can see here this command is completely successful. Okay, and here also for remove for the company ID. So change for this is a okay, sorry, not company, this is a manager. So manager underscore ID. So now just select and execute. And you can see here, even now this company is completely successful, and this PostgreSQL will return a confirmation message. Okay, so now just check this. So first of all here, and just select and execute, and you can see here the completely remove for the email, the department ID, and also by the manager ID. Okay. So here in the session is completely done, and now here I'm perfectly used for the drop statement in the PostgreSQL. Okay. So and you have it a perfect overview of dropping column from the PostgreSQL table with some practical example. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understanding this session. So thank you for watching and happy showing. Okay. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's PostgreSQL tutorial series. So today just we're going to explore for how to delete data from PostgreSQL table using for the delete statement. Okay, so basically here the delete statement in PostgreSQL is used to remove for one or more row from a table based on certain conditions, and it's a powerful tool for managing data in my databases. And just let's explore for how it works with some example. Okay, so here in the session, so now first of all here I am just create for the example for deleting row based on a condition. So you can specify conditions to selectively delete row from a table using the where clause. Okay, so now just going for here, and first of all I'm select from the table. So now first I'm define for the delete statement for delete from, and here I'm choose for, now just going for the PostgreSQL, and in this inside, so I'm choose for and the articles table. Okay, so now just articles table. Okay, and then going the next step, and I'm choose for here I'm use firstly the word clause, and now just going for the article inside, and here I'm choose for the column name for the article title. Okay, so now just going here and then type for where the article title. So article underscore this is the title and is equal to, so here I'm use for the title suppose like, so now open for the another query, and just here and select Mr. from the articles table. Okay, so here now just going here and create this is a, so here is open for the another, so now just create the semicolon. Okay, so for the semicolon is the article table, and now just an execute, and you can see here select this is a delete query, just select for this point. So now just going, and here I'm just type this is a delete, and then use the UUERY. This is the delete query statement. And now here I'm just select and execute and just wait. Okay, so here I'm just again press for this execute, and now this is the one word is perfectly accepted. Okay, so now just open for this one is the articles, and now just here you can see here I'm just completely remove for the delete query and the article ID for 6. So now just you can verify. So now perfectly see for individual. So now just select and execute, and you can see here the perfectly remove for the delete query. Okay. So here is another stay for in this table it's not show for the delete. So here is a double, so you can see and previous for the delete query article ID for 6 and here is a double for the article ID step. Okay. Kind of you can. So next step here, I'm create for the deleting for the all row from a table. Okay. So you use for the delete statement to remove all rows. So now just going for here, and then I'm remove these the in this now I'm not use the while clause. So first of all here I'm use for the delete from here the articles table. Okay. So now you just simply text here and select and then execute, and you can see here is a completely affected. So now just going again here and then I'll just verify this, and the result is error because we are already selected with article table. Okay. So now you can see here is a row that is a completely random for. Okay. So I hope you understand. Okay. So, and here is a use for this the confirmation message for the PostgreSQL return. Here is a confirmation message. Okay. So you can choose for the another table is a now is a right. So here I'm use the another example. So now just delete a customer with the ID. Okay. So here I'm use for the another table. So you can see here. So now this going here and now I click for the company table. Okay. So here I'm just do it perfectly. This is the company table. And now just here and select and execute, and you can see here this is a step for here is called the company table all records. Okay. So I hope you perfectly understand. And here I'm apply for the delete statement. So here I'm just going and now I'm just apply for the delete from the company. Okay, so now just share that this is the delete from here is the company table, and then the tag for this is the wire for ID is equal to 2. Okay, so you can see here is a 2 ID for here is the Ellie, the textures, and here I'm just remove for English ID. So here is already defined for in these statement, and now just here and select and then execute, and you can see here is on row is completely affected. Okay, so now just check and verify. So you can see here this is the I'm just removing adding and now and verify this company table. And now just select and execute, and you can see here the perfectly delete from their row for the company table, and here is the state for the Paul, Davy, and the Mark, and here is the not state for the pictures, the address. Okay, and then name for the Ellen. Okay, so here is a completely delete statement complete, and here you have it for a perfect overview of deleting data from the PostgreSQL table. And I hope you perfectly found this tutorial helpful. So stay tuned for more PostgreSQL tips and tricks. Okay, so thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to our PostgreSQL tutorial series. So today we are going to explore for how to drop tables in PostgreSQL database using for the drop table statement. Okay. So first of all, I'm simply explain for the PostgreSQL drop table. And in this statement for the PostgreSQL is used to remove one or more table from a database. And it's a operation in database management for allowing us to delete unnecessary table and free up resource. Okay. So here, first of all, I'm dropping a single table. So now let's start with for the simple example to dropping a single table from a database. Okay. So now here I'm just create for the drop table statement. So first of all, here I'm just type this is a drop table, and here I'm use for in the data for the database name, and here I'm choose for here is a mode table is already created, and now just I'm choose for in the active table. Okay. So now first of all here I'm looking for the new query, and this one type this is a select then multiple sign, then from here is the active. So this is active table. Okay. So now just here and select and execute, and you can see here is active table information. Okay, so I hope you understand me. And now just I'm remove for in this active table. Okay. So now just going here, and now here I'm just create this is a active table, and here I'm already create for the active table drop statement, and this statement followed by the table name, the active, and this will delete for the active table from the database. Okay. So now just select and execute, and you can see here this command is completely successful and its operation is successful, and the PostgreSQL will return a confirmation message. Okay. So now just verify. So here I'm just select is execute, and then select on execute. Now you can see here the table is already removed. Okay. So you can try for the multiple table is dropping. So now just is it possible. So now here I'm going for this statement, and first of all here I'm remove already the active table, and here I'm remove for the another table. Suppose I'm choose for the table. So first I'm choose the user. Okay. So here I'm define the users table, and also here I'm choose for the temperature table. Okay. So temp TEMPERATURES. Okay, so this is the temperature table, and here I'm already created in the two table. Okay, so first I'm check. So here I'm use the users, and now just select and execute, and you can see this is the user table information. Okay, so open the another new query, and here I'm just type this is a select then start from the temperature. Okay, so here is the temperature stable is great now. So if the select is perfectly just type this is the select. Okay, so here is defined. This is the select is completely done, and now just execute, and you can see here this is the select table all informations. Okay, so you can see here is the perfectly defined. So now it's going for. So here it is for the multiple table just drop. So here it is insert for the two table. So first is users, and the second for the is a temperature tables from the database. And now just select and execute, and it is perfectly working. You can see that the operation is successful, and the PostgreSQL will return in confirmation message. Okay, so first I'll check for the user table just to verify. So here I'm just create completely just remove. So just select and execute, and you can see here an invalid object name for users because I'm already delayed for the drop from this table, and the next for the temperature. Okay, so here I'm just aiming for select and execute, and you can see here it perfectly dropped this temperature step. Okay, so here in this session is completely done, and here I'm perfectly dropped for the two table. So I hope you perfectly understanding, and there have it for an overview of dropping table from the PostgreSQL database with some practical example. Okay, so I hope you perfectly find this tutorial helpful. So stay tuned for more PostgreSQL tips and tricks. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy querying. Okay, hello everyone, welcome back to our PostgreSQL tutorial series. So today we're going to explore for some common operator used in the PostgreSQL for querying and manipulating data. Okay, so first of all, simply explain for the operators in PostgreSQL. So the PostgreSQL allow us to perform various operations on data, such as comparison, arithmetic, and the logical operation. Okay. So I hope you're perfectly understanding this operation is essential for writing efficient and effective SQL query. Okay. So in this session 4 is the PostgreSQL is a several comparison. So first of all, now where the comparison operator is defined. Okay. So the comparison operators including for equal, less than, greater than, equal to, and less than equal to, and more. And in this session, I explain for simply for is greater than operators. Okay. So here I'm used for this employees table, and here is employees table all record, and now just here I'm used for first the greater than operator. Okay. So here first of all I'm just type this is the select star from the table name. Suppose here just check this is the employees. Okay. So employees, and then going to next step. And here use for the must view the while clause for defined for the age is uh, greater than for 25. Okay, so now here is defined perfectly, and here I'm completely using for the greater than operator to select all employees from here the employees table where the age is greater than 25. Okay, so here I'm selecting this all data query and then execute, and you can see here this is the greater than for 27, 29, 32, and the 35. Okay, so here I'm choose for is the 30. Okay, and then again select and execute and just wait, and you can see here the 34 greater than the 22 and the 25. Okay, so here is a if this operation is successful, and the PostgreSQL will return the matching row as the result set. Okay, so now I'll create for the another operation like arithmetic operators. Okay, so you can see here I'm just type for the arithmetic operator. So just going for here is a table for the select from the, so here I'm just remove this. Okay, and first of all here I'm just type for the select and the salary. Okay, so here is this salary column, and now first of all here I'm defined for the salary used for the multiple sign. So next step here I'm used for is a 1 point is 1. Okay, and here I'm just type for use the as a statement for increased salary. Okay, so increased increased underscore the salary column. Okay, and now we have choose for from the employees table. So here is the completely defined, and in this the multiple operator to multiply the salary column of the employees table by is 1.1 is effectively increasing the salary by this operation. So now just select all and then execute and just word, and you can see here is a 10 for this is the salary is perfectly increased. So you can see here this is the main employee table for the salary range, and now here and here this is the main salary range, and now here I'm used for this is the 1.1, and here is perfectly update for here is open for the new column for the employees table. Here is the employee salary. Okay, so here this is the PostgreSQL with the return the calculate values as a result set. Okay, so you can here I'm used for the another operator, suppose like the logical operator. Okay, so the logical operator allows us to combine multiple conditions using and, or, and not operator. So here I'm only used for the and operator. Okay, so now just going for here, and first of all I use for the select star from the employees table, and going the next step, and here I must be use the while clause for the age is greater than for 27. Okay, and here use the and operator, and then type for here is a department. So use the department of is equal to, so now here I'm just type for the department of HR. Okay, so now you're simply defined, and this and operator select all employees from the employees table when the age is greater than 27, and the company will pay here when the separation is successful. Okay, so now just select and just execute now, and you can see here it will not go. Now we are defined for the age is 30, and then check for again and verify. And here it's the same person. I just going for the greater than for simply you have just use the age. So now just going for here again. This is the age and the department for. So here use for the next this sign use, and then just select and execute now, and you can see here is a ID for is a 2, and the first name the employee Zara, and the age is 27, and the department of the. Okay, so perfectly now see the output, and here this operation is successful, and the Postgre will return the matching row as the result set. Okay, so you can choose here. So now here I'm used for the or operator, and then just select and execute, And you can see here this is the output for IT department, HR department, and the marketing department. Okay, and that is a less than for 25 is then 27 and 29. Okay, so here in this session is completely done, and here I'm perfectly used for the PostgreSQL operators. So I hope you're understanding this session. So thank you for watching and happy querying. Hello everyone, welcome back to our PostgreSQL tutorial series. So today we're going to explore for the word class in PostgreSQL. Okay. So first of all, we'll simply explain for the word class in PostgreSQL. Allow us to apply the condition to filter row from a table based on a specific criteria. And it is a powerful tool for retrieving only the data that meets certain requirements. So let's explore how it works with some example. Okay. So first of all, here I'm used for the simple word class. Okay. So here, first I'm define this array, select star, and now here I'm choose from is from the employees. Okay. And now here I'm use now first is the word clause for this is a department. So use for the department is equal to IT. Okay, so here I'm perfectly used for the IT department, and here I'm using for the select statement retrieve all columns from the employees table, and where the department column is equal to IT. And now first of all here I'm select this data query and then execute, and you can see here this is the output for this operation is perfectly successful, and the PostgreSQL is written although that meets this condition in the result set, and here this is the department of IT. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understanding. Okay, so now just going for the next example. So here I'll create this with the multiple condition with the where clause. Okay, so here I'm used for the department of so now just type for the department of HR. Okay, and now here I'm just apply for here and use the and operator, and now just here and create for the salary. So define for the salary is greater than for 50,000. Okay, so now just here check and verify, and then it is execute, and you can see here the not defined this is greater. Okay, so now just change for in this side now here and use for the less than, and just execute, and you can see here this is the less than for the 50,000, and here the salary range is 40,000 and department of HR. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understanding and this operation is perfectly successful. And here is a board for the PostgreSQL will return all row that meet this condition in the result set. Okay. So here I'm open for the another operator. So here I'm used for the comparison operators with the where clause. So now this operation will perfectly use the where clause. Okay. So here I'm open for this, and now just I'm only use for the age column. Okay. So define for the age. So define here is the age is greater than for now here I'm defined for the age is 27. Okay. And all here I'm used for the age is 32. Okay. So define is perfectly, and here perfectly use the where clause to select from the employees table with the age column is greater than 32. Okay, so here I'm just select and then execute, and you can see here the result for is a employee named David and the age is 35, and here the department is. I hope is completely working this example. And here I'm also for the another example just on pattern matching with the while clause. So now just I'll type for use the while clause to select employees from the employees table and then use the last name. So is the employee's name, and now here I'm just apply use the like operator. Okay. So first of all here I'm just type this is the last name. Okay, and then use this is the like operator, and then single quotation inside create first is the module on. Okay, so first time type is and the module because it's the last name. Okay, and now here I'm just completely create then execute. Okay, so you can see here the last name of the son and here the department of software. So now just check for here is used for this employee table, and now here I'm used for the word of J, just the character of J, and then just select and execute, and you can see here open for the employee. Another employee name is there in Zaman, and the age is 29, and the salary is a 45,000 in the department of marketing. Okay, so here I'm perfectly apply for the pattern matching with the wire clause. Okay, so here in the station is perfectly done, and here I'm perfectly overview of using the wire clause in the PostgreSQL with some practical example. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understanding this session. So, and I hope you find this tutorial helpful. So stay tuned for more PostgreSQL tips and tricks. Okay, so thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another new tutorial topic. So today here I am create for the order class in the PostgreSQL, and which allow us to sort the results set returned by a select statement based on a specified column. Okay. So first of all, I'm simply understand and explain for the PostgreSQL order by is class 4 is used to sort the result set ascending or descending order based on or more column, and it's a powerful tool for organizing data in meaningful way. Okay, so first of all here I'm create the first example for sorting in ascending orders. Okay, so here I'm used for the simple one table, and now here I'm define used perfectly for the order by class. Okay, so here first of all I'm just trying for the select, then insert. Okay, for the multiplication sign, and then now I'm select for the, suppose here I'm use for the employee. So now just use for and in this table. Okay, so now just type this is a employees. Okay, and then going the next step, and here I'm use for perfectly just order by clause, and here I'm just type this is a last name. Okay, so I hope you understanding, and simply into the order by clause to solve the result set ascending order based the last name column. Okay, so here I'm select all and then execute, and you can see here the key for the output for the indeed operation successful, and the PostgreSQL return for all row sorted for the alphabetically by the indices the last name in ascending order. Okay, so I hope you understand it. Okay, so now we move on for another example. So here I'm create is sorting in descending order. Okay, so now here I'm use for the order by clause to sort the result set in descending order based on for here. So now I'm just type for this is here I'm create suppose like for the, now here I'm use simply for the age. Okay, so now just try. So first of all here I'm use for the employee, and now here I'm use for the order by, this is the age column. Okay, so now here the define and perfectly, and here I'm also create the age is a, so here I'm defined for the age is a descending order. So now just try B A with B. Okay, so now you define perfectly, and just here I'm select and execute, and you can see here the perfectly print for the age column and create for the descending order. Okay, and in the session I'm also this example is complete, and the Postgre will return all rows sorted for the date in descending order. For sorry, the date not is the age for descending order. Okay, and here I'm also used for the multiple column sorted based for the order by clause. So here I'm simply just create these, and now here I'm first sorted for, suppose like the first time use the department. Okay, so department, and also here I'm used for the salary column. Okay, so now just perfectly type this is the SALRY. Okay, this one is the perfect, and here this is a department, so just check for DA. Okay, is a mistake. This is a this one. This is a department. Okay. You can hear the perfect department salary is a descending and this department ascending order and then by salary descending order. So here now just select and then execute now. And you can see here well perfectly print supposed to print this is a department column and this is the age column. Okay. So this operation is successful and the PostgreSQL return all those sorted by department in ascending order within each column. Okay. So here in this session I'm perfectly as lastly here we use for the another example. Suppose like for the sorting use the expressions. Okay. So here I'm just in for increment for the salary range. So now just I'm remove for in the department and here I'm use for this is the multiplication sign for 1.1. Okay, and now just apply. So here I'm select and execute and you can see here is a perfect update for this salary range. Okay, for the salary column. So I hope you understanding in this example and here salary increase for 10% and this operation is completely successful and PostgreSQL is returned for the update result sheet. Okay. So here I hope you perfectly understanding and in this session is perfectly done. Okay. So I hope you perfectly understanding and enjoying in this session. So thank you for watching and happy day. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another new tutorial topic. So today here I'm create and explore for the limit class in the PostgreSQL and which allow us to limit the number of row written by a select statement. Okay. So here, this is a limit class in the PostgreSQL is a handy tool for controlling the size of the result, set return by query, and is specifically useful when dealing with a large data set or when you only need to view a subset of the data. Okay. So first of all here, I'm simply just use for the new table and the limit and then offset allowed to retrieve for just a portion of the row that are generated by the rest of the query. Okay. So here I'm simply use for the new table and having a record. So then first of all here I'm select for the table. So now just I'm use for the select first, then use for the multiplication sign and then from use for here is the company data table. Okay. So now here is the select and then execute and you can see this is the company table records. Okay. So here in this table I'm use for the limit and also for the offset. Okay. So first of all here I'm use the example and whose limit the row in the table is according to the number of row you want to fetch from the table. Okay. So first of all here use for the three table. Okay. So now here I'm just type for the start for the select multiplication from and now here I'm insert for the limit is a 2. Okay. So here I'm just simply just use and then just try for is a execute. So select and you can see here is simply in this session for is the limit is not defined here. So now just I'm try for 3 and because in this statement is correctly but here I'm not apply this so incorrect here it is same for this problem and so now just I'm use for the another just example use here. So next session for you can need to pick up a set of record from a particular offset and suppose here the example please pick up the 3 records starting from the third position. So here I'm use for the limit is a 1. Okay. And now here I'm use for the simply just use the limit and now here I'm use for the offset. Okay. So this is the offset for is a 2. Okay. So you can see here same for the error because I'm not understanding this problem. So now just try just again execute and you can see a same problem page here. So now my tools is but you can try perfectly and see the result for in this the display. And here is the first two statement is perfectly correct. Okay, so here you can choose for the another way to define for this example. Okay, so here I'm create for the another example, just define for the statement for the syntax. So now I'm using for the page for the first syntax to retrieve the first three, so first two row from the employee table after sorting its salary in descending order. So just I'm here is defined for the data syntax and just you try for the create completely and see the result for in your uh, desktop or the laptop computers. Okay. So first of all, here I am defined is a clean for the select, then multiplication sign. And next system you type for here is a from and select from the employee. So now just choose for the employee table. Okay, so just choose for the employee table. And next system here I'm use for this is the order by here and just type this is a salary and it's create for the descending order. Okay, and next system here I'm use for the page first. Okay, so everything is page first for three row. Okay, row only. So now perfectly typed and just here I'm open for the another new query and just open for here it is select then star from here it's called the employee table and then select all. So now just I'm select and execute and you can see here is a record perfectly for the employee table and now here I'm use for the add for the S and now you see the magic for here and this is the salary table. Okay, so now just I'm choose for this here this is the employees. Okay, so here is a perfectly done and here is a perfectly this error record and you perfectly try this this for data query and perfectly see the result. Okay, so here in this session is completely done and here I'm perfectly used for the limit clause. Okay, so thank you for watching and bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another new tutorial topic. So today here I'm explore for the minimum and maximum function in PostgreSQL and here just use to find the minimum and the maximum values in a set of data. So first of all, simply explain for the minimum and maximum function of PostgreSQL, and it's a powerful tool for finding the smallest and largest value in a column set of. And now they are commonly used in a various analytical and reporting tasks. Okay. So first of all, we are finding for the minimum value. So now just let's get started. So here, first of all, I'm just type this is select. Okay. And here I'm use for the minimum so now just type this is perfectly for the select and then define for the minimum and in this inside I'm declare for the salary column and now going the next step and here I'm use the from and here I'm this type this is the employees. Okay, so you can see here is a perfectly this employees and here I'm simply using the minimum function to find the smallest salary from the salary column of the employee table. Okay, so now just select and then execute now. And you can see here the minimum salary for is 30,000. Okay, so I hope you understanding. Okay, so in the complete and next step we are finding for the maximum value. Okay, so here the simple just here simply use for here and use maximum. Okay, so maximum salary to find the largest salary from the salary column of the employee table. Okay, so here I select and then execute and you can see here is the maximum salary for the 60,000. Okay, so you can see here this operation is perfectly successful and the PostgreSQL will return the minimum salary as the result. Okay, so here I'm perfectly explore for the two examples. And next is the parent create the finding both for minimum and maximum value. Okay. So here I'm just change for. So first of all, here I'm use the select and then type here the minimum, and in this case I'm define for the salary column, and here I'm use for, and then the perfect, and here I'm use for the both the minimum and maximum function to find the smallest and the largest salaries from the salary column of the employee table. Okay. So you can see here this data query, and now just here I'm select and then I'm just execute, and you can see here the perfectly print supposed to the print for the smallest salary for is the 30,000 and the highest salary for the 60,000. And this operation is successful, and the PostgreSQL will return both the minimum and the maximum salaries as the result. Okay. So I hope you perfectly understand. And next, here I'm use the most important for the minimum and the maximum value with the conditions. Okay. So in this section I'm used for simply days, and now just I'm defined for here age column, and also here I'm defined this the minimum and maximum age. Okay. And now choose for here the employees table, and also here I'm just use the where clause for this is a department. Okay. And is equal to, so here I'm choose for department of HR. Okay. So now here the minimum maximum function, find the smallest largest case and employee table, and but only the employee in the HR department. Okay. So here I'm going to select and then execute now. And you can see here this is the same age for the 27 because in the HR department for only on department for the employee table. So now just to verify. So first of all, we are going to start the select multiplication sign form where I'm choose this is a employees table. Okay. And now just select all and then execute. And you can see here this is the perfectly here is on row for here the age 27. This is the employees table information. Okay. So I hope you perfectly understanding, and here and I am perfectly overview of using the minimum maximum function in PostgreSQL with some practical example. Okay. So I hope you perfectly understanding this session. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello programmer, welcome back to today's another new tutorial topic. So today here I am explore the three powerful aggregate function in the PostgreSQL like count, sum, and the average. And this function allow us to perform the calculation on set of data such as counting the numbers of row, summing up the values, and the calculating average. Okay. So now just let's get started, and now here I will explore for the some example, and they help us gain insight into our data by summarizing information in meaningful way. Okay. So first of all, this is starting for here the counting number of row. Okay. So now this we're doing, and first of all here I'm type for the select, and now here we use the first with the count function. Okay. And perfectly define the count function, and next step here I'm choose from the table just like the employees table. Okay. So here I'm first using the count function to count the number of row in the employees table, and use the asterisk in a filters that count all the rows. Okay. So now just select all and then perfectly execute, and you can see the confirmation the message successful, and the PostgreSQL return the total number of employees as a result of 5. Okay. So this is a perfectly working the count function. Okay. And next step we are use the calculating the total salary. Okay. So here I'm used for the sum function, and to calculate the total salary from the salary column of employee table. Okay. So here I'm just select and choose remove discount. Now here I'm apply for the sum and define this is a salary column. Okay. And now this one is a perfect, and then I select and execute, and you can see this is the print for here is a total salary for 20 2 lakh for 25,000 is a to summary for your successful and the Postgres will return the total sum of salaries as a result. Okay. So I hope you perfectly understanding this is the total summary the sum of salary. And you can complete for this example, which system here use the calculating the average salary. Okay. So now we are using the average function to calculate the average salary from the salary column of the employee table. So now simply check for the sum and we are apply for the AVG and this the as usual and now just select and execute and you can see here this the average salary for here is a 45%. Okay. So I hope you perfect understanding and here this operation is successful and the PostgreSQL return for the average salary as a result set. Okay, so I hope you understand. Okay. And now we are use the editing function with the condition. Okay, so now we are applying for the three functions and with the condition. So now I'm just taking type this is the count and then type a star. Okay, and also here I'm just use for the sum, then here I'm use the salary and also use the average the salary and here I'm apply for the where use the department from is equal to, so now I'm choose for the department of IT. Okay, so now here the perfectly use the three function calculate the total salary and the average salary but only the employee in the IT department. Okay, so now first of all here I'm select and then execute and you can see here this employee name now employee is one and the result is 30,000 and also the 30,000. So is a count one, then sum and the average. Okay, and is a complete this operation and the PostgreSQL will return the these aggregated values from the IT department employees as a result. Okay, so here in this session is completely done and here I'm perfectly using the count sum and average function in PostgreSQL with for the some practical example. Okay, so I hope you find this tutorial helpful. So stay tuned for more PostgreSQL tips and tricks. Okay, so thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another new tutorial topic. So today we are going to explore the cross-join operation in PostgreSQL. And here the cross-join operation in PostgreSQL allow us to create the partition product of two tables, meaning it combine every row from the first table with every row from the second table. And it's useful when you need to generate all possible combinations of row from the multiple tables. Okay, so now first of all we are explore for how it works with the some example. Okay, so first of all we are create the first example for the basic cross join operation. Okay, so now first here I'm type then select. Okay, and then use for the multiplication sign. And now first I'm choose from the employee table. Okay, so now I'm choose for the employee table and next here I'm just cross join. So just I'm type for here is a cross join for the another table, suppose like the employees. Okay, so this is the employees table and now here I create the semicolon. Okay, so here I use the cross join operation to create the partition product of row from the employee table and the employees table. Okay, so now just perfectly create and select and execute and you can see here the perfectly cross join for the two table information. Okay, so it's called the cross join. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understanding. So now is the first example is completely done and next step here I'm using for the cross join with the filter condition. Okay, so here, first of all, I'm used for the select and from employees, and now use for the cross join for the employees table. And here I'm use the wire clause. So first of all, type for this is a employee. Okay, so first I'm choose for the employee dot choose here the now here I'm choose for okay, so now just I'm choose for the first name. Okay, and is equal to, so here I'm just again choose for here this is the employees dot here I'm choose here this is the first name. Okay, so now here is defined perfectly, and this operation is combined row from the employee table and the employees table, but only where the first name match of in this operation. So now just select and execute, and you can see here this is a two table. Is it here is a ID is a 4. First, the employee table, and second, where the employee table, here ID is 2 for the same name for the first name, and the second name for the sharing, and here is the two. So here is the overall for this result is a two table is perfectly matched, two row for the perfectly match for individual two table records. Okay. So the complete and excessive here I'm used for. Now I'm using for the cross join with the multiple tables. Okay. So now I'm just going for here. So now just simply check for here. This is this table. Okay. So now I'm going for here is to create the combine for row from one or more two tables. Okay. So first of all here I'm select from the employee table and the cross join for the employees table. Now here I'm used for the another cross join. So now just here I'm remove this, and now here I'm just begin to use the cross join for here. The table is a contactors. So now just I'm perfectly type. This is a contactors, and now here is the same thing. Okay. So now we are apply for the combined row from the employee, employees, and the contractors table. Okay. So now first of all here I'm select and then execute now, and you can see here the perfectly combine these table information, and here is a perfectly match for the department. Okay. So here is the first name and all rows here is the perfectly match for this session, because here so in this session is completely done, and the PostgreSQL written for all possible combination of employee, employees, and the contractors as a result. Okay. So is the other and your habit for an overview of using the cross-join operation in PostgreSQL. Some here a practical example. So I hope you're perfectly understanding this session. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another tutorial topic. So today here I'm create for the group by clause in PostgreSQL, and in this the group by clause in PostgreSQL allow us to group row based on or more column and perform aggregate function on each group, and it's commonly used in conjunction with aggregate function for like sum, count, average, etc. So first of all, here I'm used for grouping row by a single column. Okay. So first of all, just going for here, and now I'll just check this is the employee and then employee ID. So now I'm used for the employee ID. Okay. So now first of all, here I'm just type this is the select, then type for here is the empty ID. Okay. And now here I'm use the count function is a complete discount, and now just going and here select from the employees table, and now here I'm use the group by for this is the employee ID. Okay, so now we are defined perfectly, and in this I using the group by clause to group the row from the employees table by the employee ID one. And when it's working the count function, it found the number of employee in each department. Okay. So now first of all select and then execute now, and you can see here this is the employee ID is a 1 and here is the count is a perfectly 1. Okay. So I hope you perfectly understanding. Okay. So now I'm going for here is another example just defined. So here I'm used for grouping row by multiple column. Okay. So here first of all I'm used for the employee ID, and now just here I'm defined for so just type this is the age column. Okay. And now here I'm also use here this is the count function from the employee, and now just here I have for the another column name, this is the age column. Okay, so now we are perfectly used, and here just first by the employee ID column and then by the age column, and then just use for the count function to count the number of employees in each for employee ID and the age column. Okay, so now just here I select all and then perfectly execute now, and you can see here the perfectly fill for the age for 25, 7, 29, 32 and 35. Okay. So here this is the all employee ID and this is the all age for the employees table. Okay. So I hope you understand it. Okay. And now here I'm used for perfectly just type this is a using for the aggregate function week for having clause. Okay. So first of all and here is it doing then type for the employee ID. Now here I'm used for simply just remove and then type this is the average. Okay. And now here in just inside declare this is the salary column. Okay. Now choose for the employees table and group by for the employee ID, and now here I'm create for use the having clause for the average function, and in this inside I'm just type for here is a salary column, and now just include the greater than for 50. So now here I'm use for the greater than of 30,000. Okay. So now here the define directly create for perfectly, and just here is using for the group by for the employee table for the ID column and using for the average function to calculate the average salary from each department, and the having plus filter for the employee ID for the average salary is greater than for 30,000. Okay. So now we are perfectly just create and select all and then execute now, and you can see here perfectly the result for 30,000 for greater than salary for the 40,000, 45,000, 50,000 and last the 60,000. Okay. So here this session is completely done, and here I'm perfectly apply for the group by clause in the PostgreSQL. So I hope you perfectly found this tutorial helpful. So stay tuned for more interesting, for important PostgreSQL tips and tricks. Okay. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello programmer, welcome back to today's another tutorial topic. So today we will explore the exist operators in PostgreSQL, and the exist operator in the Postgre allow us to check if the subquery return an row, and it is commonly used in conjunction with the correlated subquery to perform the conditional logic based on the existence of row. Okay. So first of all here I'm simply just use example for retrieving the list of the customer table with the price of the car table is greater than for 2 lakh. Okay. So here, first of all, I'll create the data query for the syntax. So then type for the select here and this multiplication sign from here. This is a customers table, and here I use the while clause. So now let's go in the next step. And here I'm just type this is a exist, so EXISTS. Okay. And now create here the parentheses, and in this here I'll create the semicolon. And now in this inside I'm just create for data query. So first of all here I'm begin use the select from the price for from the table, it's called the cars, and now here I'm use again this is a wire clause, or first of the type this is a cars dot id, is equal to, so here I'm choose this is a customers dot id, and here I'm use the and operator and then type this perfectly. This is the price is greater than for, here is a 2 lakh. Okay, so here is a perfectly just completely create here. And now just check. So first of all, here I'm going to select from the customer table, do the white cloth and adjust and select for the price from the cars table, and where the cars ID for the customer dot ID, and now it's a complete, and here I'm just select and execute now and just wait here, and you can see here the perfectly see the result, and here this operation is perfectly successful, and here the PostgreSQL is written for the table information from the ID is Chaitali, age is 25, and the Mumbai and the salary is 25, and here is the Murphy for this the output for the result set in this the table, two table. Okay. So next histogram used for the exist operator with the update statement. Okay. So now just try. So here use for suppose modify the name of the pusher of all the customer whose ID is equal to the ID of the first table. Okay. So here first of all I'm going this statement. So first of all here I'm use for the update. So just remove this. First of all, here I'm just like this is the update for the customer, and now remove for the wire. And here I'm just type this is the set of name is equal to. So here I'm insert for the name for a specific name for the Kushal. Okay. So KHU is not now KUSHAL is for the Kushal, and here now I'm going this step, and here I'm just use the while clause for, then it's not now is the perfectly wire for EX for ISTS for exist, then create the parenthesis, and now in this inside I'm just select from, just remove this, and first of all here and then just remove. Okay. So here I'm used for the word of exist, and now here I'm going to type this is a select from name, and here I'm use the from the cars table, and then type this is a where, this is a okay, so customers dot id and is equal to, so first of all here I'm type the cars dot id. Okay, so now here you simply just create perfectly, and here I'm just creating this code now. So first of all, here I'm using the update customer set for the name is the Kushal, and where they exist for the select name from. Okay, so now just try so execute, and you can here simply for is a big A row. So now just I'm again try for this code. Okay, so now here is a perfectly just type this code, and here is data query, then I select and execute now, and you can see here the tree row is perfectly affected. Okay, so now just I'm verify in this exist table. So open the another new query, and here first of all I'll just type this is a select from, and here I'm used for the star, and then first of all here I'm used from the customer table. Okay, so you choose here the customers table, and now just here is a select and execute now, and you can see here this is the crucial for the perfectly update, and now here I'm open for the another table. So now just type for select star from, here it's called the cars tables. Okay, so we find here is the perfectly, and now just in two table just select and execute, and you can see here the perfectly see the result for two table information. Okay, so here is a perfect update for this statement, and here I'm completely used for the exit operator in the PostgreSQL. Okay, so I hope you perfectly understanding this session. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another new tutorial series. So today just we're going to explore for how to create database in MongoDB. For the database in MongoDB are container for the collections, which is done as the container for the document. So now I'll simply explain for the MongoDB create DB. Okay. So first of all, here is creating a database in MongoDB. It is straightforward and can be done using the use command in the MongoDB shell. And let's explore for how it works for the some example. So first of all, here I'm just going for is a new code editor for the MongoDB, and now I'm now going for here is a compass inside and this tag here. I'm just going to this is a new collection now here. So first of all, you will see this localhost ID. And now here I'm just simply create just click for this a connect button. Okay. So it is perfectly open for the local host for this one. And now here I'm create for this is a new database. Okay. So you can see this is plus icon is create database. Okay. So here first of all I am click and now here I'm simply create a new database. So suppose here I'm just type this is a use. Okay. And now here I'm also create the collection name for it's the my for database. Okay. So here is simply create for the my database and now just when I just click for this create button and now perfectly create for the new database. Okay. So now just I'm click and here is a completely create for the new database and now so here I'm just going for you can see just going with database and now first is the test DB because I'm just previous the test purpose and here I'm create for this new database and this the admin for in this the MongoDB and this the block and book store for config and this config for and then data DB and now here I'm newly create for use for the database and the collection name for here is a my database. Okay, it is simply create for an exam this data query and here I'm just going for this index inside. So is a regular for is a documentation process and the aggregation and also the schema, then the validation. So it's once more option for is provide for the MongoDB compass and here just use for the simply now just going for here is a use inside for the use for the database and you can choose for here is a create for the another collection. Okay. So here is a completely use for this and you simply just you can choose for the another database just create now. So you can choose here. So just here I type so now first of all here I'm just remove for this test DB. So here I'm create for so now just remove this test DB. So type test DB to confirm your action. So now here I'm just type this drop for this test DB. So just I'm type okay it's not so test for simply just I'm type for the DB. Okay, so now it's a drop for this database and perfectly drop. Okay, so here I'm used for the another create collection. So here I'm used for the same name. So first of all, here I'm just type this is a test for DB and create here the collection name. So it's not for the collection and here I'm just create first the database. Okay, so just going here and first of all simply I'm create for the test DB. It's not now. This is the test DB and here I'm used for the test DB name suppose like the data. Okay. So now here create database and you can see here is a perfectly create for this the database. Okay. So first time we stay for the database and this the data for the collection for is the data. Okay. So here is a completely done and here I'm perfectly create for the new database for in this session. So I'm going to have it and I'm perfectly overview of creating database in MongoDB with some practical example. So I hope you're perfectly understanding and this tutorial helpful. So stay tuned for more MongoDB tips and tricks. Okay. So thank you for watching and happy query for the data query. Okay. Programmer, welcome back to today's new tutorial topic. So today for the MongoDB tutorial series, so today we're going to explore for how to create collections in MongoDB, and the collections in the MongoDB are analogs to table in relational database and more container protocol. So first of all, simply I'm just creating a collection with MongoDB. It is straightforward and it can be done using the uh, database collection method in the MongoDB shell. And you can choose for the shell, and now I'm just select for the compass, and here I'm perfectly easily just create for the collection. Okay. So you can try for the MongoDB shell and perfectly create for the collection for in your database collections. Okay. So now just I'm going again here for the main for the header section for the MongoDB compass, and now I'm just connection for this the new connection. So now just here and click for the connection, and here first of all I'm create the new table. Okay, so here I'm just going for create for the new database. So here I'm use the suppose simply just type for the DB for the database name, and now here I'm just choose for here is a simply just type for the my DB. Okay, this is the collection name, and here I'm simply just click for this create button, and perfect. You can see already now I'm used for here is a my for new DB. Okay, so now just I'm create, and here is a simple. So now just I'm not use. So you can see they were already. So okay, so now just I'm here I'm perfectly use the database. Okay, so define this is a database. And now simply here I'm just type for the base. Okay. And just create, and you can see here is the perfectly create for the new database with the color. Okay, so now just take for the data, and now I'm going for here inside. And here first I'm simply create for first create the uh, data, and also create for the collection name for the base. Okay. So here I'm create for the another new collection just create. So here I'm use for the collection name for suppose like the information or documents. So now just type documents. Okay. So document just perfectly create, and then just here and create for click the collection data, and you can see here they add for the on more collection, and now you can choose for here is a another for the collection just create. So now just in create for the another collection just now. So here you use the collection for like the information. Okay, so now here is used for the another collection name and just create. So here I'm press for this the collection button, and this series for you can see here you can choose for the times series and use the sequence measurement over the period. Okay, so now I'm not use this step, and now simply create for the collection name, and just create for this collection button. Okay, so you can see here perfectly just here it created this, and now just this the export data, update data, and the delete data. So you choose for the let document. So now I'm just going the next tutorial just provide. So here in this session I'm create for three new collections. So first I'm create the base collection, then document, and also for the information. Okay, so I'm just remove for this collection. So you can just press for this and just select for the base, and now so here simply for the post for the new remove this collection. So just sometimes this is the base. Okay, so it's not. So these are all the capital word for the process for the name you can not here. So I'm simply just all remove for the document table. Sorry, not database. So simply here I'm remove for in this the database for just press for here is a delete, and now just retype for here is the database create for the MongoDB, and now just draw for simply in this database. Okay, you can see here the perfectly draw for this collection database with also the collection. Okay. I hope you're perfectly understanding and use this MongoDB compass. And I am trying is my best for perfectly explain for the create the collection, creating the collection in MongoDB. So I hope you find this tutorial helpful. So stay tuned for more MongoDB tips and tricks. Okay. So thank you for watching and happy data query. Okay. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another new tutorial topic. So today here I'm just going to explore for how to insert data into MongoDB collection. Inserting data in MongoDB is a fundamental operation that allows us to add new document to a collection. Okay. So first of all here, the inserting data into the MongoDB collection can be done using for the insert on many method to the MongoDB, and you choose for here the MongoDB shell, and now prepare for perfectly create for this the directly create the MongoDB campus, and now here choose for the database for here is a test DB. Okay, so now just select, and then here I'm just going for select for in this data, and now you have add for data. Okay, you can export data, update data, and delete. Okay, so now I'm click for the add data button. So here you choose for the import for JSON file or CSV file, and now I'm going for the insert document. Okay, so here I'm choose for this one. Okay, that's perfect. And here I'm just doing this, and now just click for this plus icon and also click for here add field after underscore ID. Okay, so now just going here, and first of all here and simply create for the name. Okay, so the name, and then going for the name of the MongoDB. Okay, so MongoDB is perfectly just create now, and here simply just create it, and here is a completely simple and use for own data. Okay, so now insert one, and then just click for the insert button, and you can see here the perfectly create for this the MongoDB is the insert for own data. Okay, so it's a completely for in this step, and now here I'm just create for the own more data. So now I'm again press for in this add data, and now I'm going for here is a insert document, and now I'm simply choose for this icon, and here I'm just press for the plus icon and also for the add field, and here first of all I'll type for this is a name. Okay, so name insert for the name is a suppose like here is a Sohan and the last name. Okay, and now just going for again here, and now just I'm add for the another field. So here I'm used for this is the age, and now here I'm define for the age is 30. Okay, and also for the add the another column. So now I just press for the add field, and here I'm create here and create for the another column. So now I have defined this email, and here I'm insert for the email is a suppose like this is Zohan @gmail.com. Okay, so now here is a completed defined for here I'm used for the many data is defined to the multiple documents. So now is a completely create, and here I'm just create for this insert button, and you can see here is a perfectly create for the two tables. So for singly the name only the MongoDB, and here I'm insert for the name is and the email. Okay, so here is a completely used for this, and now here I'm used for the another statement. So now I'm just create for the inserting document with the customer ID. Okay, so now just I'm going for again here, and just click for the star insert document for this icon, and just I'm press for this class icon for the add field. So first of all here I'm just type for the ID. So ID is a default is already create here. So here I'm simply use for the name. So the name is called the product. Okay, so this is the product called A. Okay, and here I'm use for, and now here I'm add for the another column. So now here I'm just press for the plus icon, and also then here and then type for this is it price. Okay, and now here I'm insert for the data. So here I'm use for the price for the 15. Okay, so now here we simply define for this, and now just press for where it is inside button. Okay, And you can see here the perfectly for insert for the three data for the three table information. So here I'm perfectly apply for the insert one with inserting document with the customer. Okay. So these is great for simply for the randomly auto increment for the customer ID. And here and for the new performance, the first to the name and second the price. Okay. So here in this section is completely done, and here I'm perfectly overview of inserting data into the MongoDB collection with some practical example. Okay. So I hope you perfectly understanding this simple process. So thank you for watching and happy data play. Okay. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another new tutor topic. So today's topic for now is creating the MongoDB find queries using table information with the MongoDB shell. Okay, so here I'm perfectly explore for how to query for the MongoDB collection effectively using for the various criteria and the savings. Okay, so now just let's get started. So first of all here, just I am going stay for here is a MongoDB shell. Now next step. So here this is a MongoDB compass, and now here I am create for this is a almost table are already now here is a create here. So now here I choose for use for this student database, and in this inside for the collection and just use in this students collection. Okay. So now just I'm working for the MongoDB shell inside. Okay. So now let's get started. So first of all here just to ensure here is perfectly just connected this MongoDB instantly appropriate this database. It's perfect looking. So now we're just going for here in the shell inside. And now first of all here I'm just say for here this is students inside, and now you can here and choose for perfectly choose for in the students database. Okay. So now this I'm starting for. So first of all here I'm using for the first example just finding all documents in a collections. Okay. So first of all here I'm use the suppose like for the DB dot here I'm choose the students. Okay. So student students dot here I'm use this is a find. Okay, so perfectly just type this is a find function. So first I'm create the double parenthesis, and also here I'm create the double curly brackets. Okay, so you can see here it is perfectly defined, and now just here I'm create, and you can see here it is perfectly see the all table information. So now I'm perfectly working with this the find function. Okay. So as you can see here, the perfectly executing this query to return for the all documents in the students collections. Okay. So I hope you understand it. Okay. So now I'm going for the another example. So here I'm just finding document based on a specific collection, specific conditions. Okay. So here now there's the same process follows. So first I'm trying for the table. Okay. And then here I'm just taking views for the collection name. Suppose students is perfectly typed. So STUDE and students, you can see here students dot here on this type. This is a find function. Okay. So here in this inside now, first of all I am type for the double. Here is the quotations starting and closing, and now here I'm just type the curly brackets. Okay. And now you have to type for age is known, and now I'm again just type for the quotations, and now just is defined. So first of all here it must be used for the dollar sign, and just type with the GTE. Okay. And now here I'm create a clone and insert for the age is 30. Okay. So now here is perfectly just create, and this command retries for the document where the age field is greater than or equal to 30. Okay. So now here the complete, and just create here. This is the enter button press, and you can see here this the result is perfectly show the age is the name is Johan, and the name is Bob, and the Sarah, and the God here the age is 30, 35, 40, and 35. Okay. So I hope you perfectly understand it. Okay. and is executing this query whether age field is greater than or equal to 30. Okay. So you can choose here and use for the another example. So now we will find for the document with nested fields. Okay. So here I'm just taking use for the DB. So now just it's not so DB dot here I'm just type again the collection name suppose STU students dot use for the again find function. Okay, and now here I'm choose for the address column. Okay, so first of all here I'm create the parenthesis and also create the curly brackets. Okay, so now in this inside first of all I'm create the double quotations inside defined for the address column dot for the city. Okay, and now here I create the clone and now define for the city name suppose like the new year. Okay, so the go are okay. So this one is a perfectly great. This is a new year. Okay, so now here my command is completely created, and here this command is retrieve document where the city field within the address sub document in the new year. Okay, so now just press for the enter, and you can see here this the statement for here is it create for this. So now just here just again so here I'm just copy. Okay, and then again just here define for the db dot and this for this, and now just I am press for the enter, and you can see here find is working and now is not defined. So now here I create the address. So here I'm only used for the city. So now here I'm just change for this. So find for here I'm just simply use for the city, and now change for the city is a change from here I'm just use for the city name for the Chicago. Okay. So now here is perfectly defined for the Chicago, and now just here place for here this last and then place for the enter, and this requirement is not defined. Okay, so first statement is perfectly working and this statement is correct. Okay. So here I'm just going for this, and now you can see here I am just going this, and here I'm insert for is the first column for the city is a new one, so the perfect listing here. Okay, I hope you perfectly understanding this session. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Okay. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another new feature topic. So today's topic for here is a updating on the MongoDB documents used for the MongoDB shell. Okay. So now just let's get started and we can perfectly explore for how to update document in MongoDB collection using for the various update operations and syntax. Okay. So now first of all I am connect for here to the MongoDB campus. So now we perfectly connect and then I use for this student collections. Okay. So now just going here I use the students. So now just going for here the students inside, and you can see here it is already for for another table. Okay, so now just I'm going for here is a shell inside, just open this shell. Okay, so you can see, and now first of all here I'm test for. So first of all here I'm use for the students state. Okay, so ST newly students. Okay, and now press enter, and it is perfectly suited for DB, and use for the DB, and then students is perfectly now here, and in the session is perfectly connecting this MongoDB, and now I'm going for the first example. So first of all here I'm updating a single document. Okay, so here now just going for, so first of all here I'm type for the DB dot, then I'm use for the collections name suppose the students. Okay, so STUD and students dot. So first of all here I'm just type this is a update for suppose like this is the update one. Okay. Now here I'm create the parenthesis and also create the curly bracket sign, and in this inside I'm define for the name. So name is the double quotation inside define for the suppose like here the name is a John. Okay. And now here I'm create for and here I'm just type for the another. So here I'm again create the curly brackets. So in this inside I've used for the dollar sign and then set function, and then again use the curly brackets, and here I'm defining the age. So age is defined for the is it 40. Okay. So now here is simply defined for in this the age and name, and this common will fit a single document in the collections where the name field is one to set the age is 35. Okay. So update one just here. I'm so now here I'm going to choose for the same name. So here I'm just use the Zohan, and the age is defined for here is a 35. So now just to check here, and then I'm lastly I press for enter, and you can see here is the perfectly this acknowledgement is true, and inserted here is a match count is perfectly is move on. Okay. So here is a perfectly working this statement, and here in this the MongoDB is acknowledged a successful update on the document. Okay. So next step here, I'm just going another example, just I'm defining now here I'm updating for the multiple columns. Okay. So now just going again here, and first of all here I'm just create for the update multiple documents. So now first of all here I'm type for the DB dot then use the students dot suppose here I'm just type this is the update many function. Okay, so this is the update many, and now in this inside I'll create first the parenthesis and the curly brackets. So now here we define for the city. So the city name is defined perfectly, just New York. Okay, the perfectly described is the New York, and now so now space one is very perfect. See? So now here I'm use the again the curly brackets, and here I'll use for the dollar sign and then type for the same function. Okay. And now here I'm use for the again the parentheses and then type for here is a newly added status. Okay. Is it defined for the status is defined. So now here for the status is a okay, so here is a perfectly defined for the active status, and this one is a perfectly created, and this command for the active multiple document in the students collections where the city field is newer to set the status field inactive. Okay. So now here are the completely defined and press for the enter, and you can see here in this MongoDB acknowledgement is perfectly updated of the multiple columns. Okay. So you can see here perfectly this statement is working, and in the session here I'm perfectly used for the two statements. So first one for the update one and the update nine. Okay, you can see here is a perfectly working this. So now just here I'm reload for in this database section, and I hope you perfectly understanding, and in this session is completely done, and they are having for updating the MongoDB documents using for information with the MongoDB shell. Okay, so I hope you find this tutorial helpful, and I hope you perfectly understanding how to effectively update documents in MongoDB collections. Okay, so thank you for watching and have a good evening. Programmer, welcome back to today's another tutorial topic. So today's topic for here is with deleting the MongoDB documents. So using for the MongoDB shell. Okay. So in this session, I'm just trying for the perfect explore for how to delete documents from MongoDB collections using the various delete operations and syntax. Okay. So, you ensure for perfectly this MongoDB is perfectly connected. So my MongoDB shell is perfectly now is stays connected. Okay, so you can perfectly check for this connection option. Okay, so now just I'm going. So first of all, here the first example and define for here is deleting a single document. Okay, so you can just try for here. So now just open for this MongoDB shell just here, and then here I'm first create the first the command for here is the delete a single document from the collection's name is students. So first of all, here I'm just type for the db dot user collection name suppose the students. Okay, and now here I'm use for delete on function. Okay, So this is type for the delete. So students dot then delete. Okay, so DE. So this one last here, this one is a delete one. And here first I'm create the parenthesis and also create the curly brackets. Okay. So in this insert first I'm define for the name column and now here I'm defined. So now is not single. So is a double quotations inside create for the name is Johan. Okay. So here this command for a single document from the collections where the name field is Johan. Okay. So now we are completely defined and then press for the enter and you can see so acknowledgement is true and the delete count is a 1. Okay. So this MongoDB is acknowledgement is successful deletion of the document. Okay. So I hope you understand it. Okay. Next step is the first example is done and now we are deleting for the multiple documents. Okay. So now just here first of all type the db dot then collection name students dot here I'm just that this is a delete for nanny and now here I'm create the parenthesis and also the curly bracket. So now here I'm just type the city. So the city name is defined so perfectly. So now here I'm used for the city name. So now just going here. So here I'm used for the city name is Chicago. Okay. So Chicago is defined for the city name and now here is the perfectly just defined and in this statement for this command is a delete for the multiple document from the my collections for the collection of students where the city field in Chicago. It's an icon perfectly and then press for the enter and you can see this acknowledgement is perfectly clear and we are perfectly delete and remove for this statement. Okay, so now we are perfectly used for the two function for delete one and delete man. Now here I'm used for the another option. So now I'm deleting so document based on specific conditions. So now, first of all here, I'm just copy for, okay, so now just type for db. Okay, so just going for here is a db dot then students for the collections name and here I'm just again use for delete nanny. So this is the delete nanny function and here and first of all type these grid parentheses are here and defined for the each column. And now here I've used the 18 for the parallel graphics and then type for the dollar sign and just suppose we type for the L and T. Okay, so LT then create and here it is for the age is 25. Okay. So this command is delete document from the collection where the age field is less than is 25. Okay, so defined perfectly and here I'm press for the enter and you can see this acknowledgement is true and here is a delete one. So you can choose for the delete for the all documents from a collection. So you can just type for here from just here. So you can just copy for this data. Okay. And now just do the cancel for here and then paste and you can choose for the delete many and simply press for the parentheses and also press the curly brackets. Okay, so you can just try type for this syntax for the document and now press for the enter and here is the MongoDB is acknowledgement create for the successful master deletion for all documents from the collection. So this is not now tried. So you can perfectly try this command and perfectly see the result for in your display. Okay, so now here it is completely done. And in this session, I perfectly try for the delete function for the MongoDB shell. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone. Welcome back to today's another tutorial topic. So today's topic for the MongoDB query operators using for the MongoDB shell. Okay. So in this session, I'm just trying to perfectly explore for how to perform the advanced queries in MongoDB using for the various query operation and syntax. Okay. So now just going for the first example. So first of all, here I'm perfectly ensured for the connected for this MongoDB shell. So now just I'm open for this shell and here say for the my collections and students. Okay. So now we are first of all using for the $sign for equation operator to find the documents with an exact format. Okay. So here first of all I'm then type the first command is a db dot use the collection name students. Okay. Dot here we apply for this the find function and now first of all create this parentheses and also the curly brackets. So in this insert and define what is so create again for this and then use for the $sign for equal. Okay. And now create a clone and then define for the case is 30. Okay. So this command return for the document from the collection where the is a field is equal to 30. Okay. So now here press for the enter and you can see here these simply just create perfectly. It's not error now. Okay. So this executing this query return the document where the is field is exactly for the 30. So you can see here now just going for the MongoDB shell and here in the case is exact for the is 30 is one table. And secondly here is simply for on table is perfectly defined for exact for the age of 30 for this the first table. Okay, so you can understand it. Okay. So next step here I'm going for the another example. So now here I'm using for the $sign the GT operator to find the document with a value greater than. Okay. So now here I'm just simply just type for the DB dot use the students. Okay. So now just to ensure for here first of all, here is going for this documents inside here is a 0, and now it's going the students. So you can see student inside for create the all tables. Okay. So now here, first of all, here I'm using for the documents dot. Then here I'm using the find function and also create these parentheses and also the curly brackets. Okay. So first of all, here I'm defined for page is clone and then type for again the parent curly brackets and then use the $sign for the GT. Okay. And use for the age is 25. Okay. So define this perfectly. And now here I'm create for is the enter and you can see here you will perfectly see the result for the greater than is 25 is for 28, 40 and the 28 is again. Okay. So you can see here the perfectly see the result. Okay. So here is a the MongoDB is executing this query return the document while the age field is greater than is 25. Okay. So here I'm perfectly great and now I'm just going for the next example. So here I'm using for the in operator to find the documents with values is a specified array. Okay. So now just going, so first of all here I'm copy for this. Okay, so now just time saving. So copy and then paste for here. Okay. And now then I type for here is the parenthesis and also the curly brackets. So in the case that I'm defined for the seat. Okay. And use for again the curly brackets and then type for here is a $sign use the in operator. Okay. And now here I'm giving the square brackets. So square brackets inside and create for the speaking is a new field. Okay. And also here I'm create for the also here I'm define this delay loss for angles. Okay. And G for ELEs. Okay, so define this perfectly the Los Angeles and here the complete requirements go to the for where the city field match either the New York or the Los Angeles. Okay, so define it perfectly. And now here I'm press for the enter and you can see here the perfectly working this statement and you can see here this the age is 25 name is Alice and the city Los Angeles and the L is in 25 and here you perfectly see the result. So I hope you perfectly understanding this session and here is the completely used for this the data query operators. So this session is completely done and you have perfectly used this and the MongoDB operator using for the table information with the MongoDB shell. So I have perfect understanding this session. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Okay. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another tutorial topic. So today we are going for the MongoDB aggregations using for the MongoDB shell. So in this session, I'm just trying for the perfectly explore for how to perform the complex data manipulation and analyzing using for the MongoDB aggregation framework. Okay. So I'm perfectly connected for my MongoDB Compass for visual insight, and you can perfectly check this option and then going for this shell inside and create for the data syntax. Okay. So here I'm perfectly switch for the MongoDB shell for my database. Okay. So here I first use the first example. So first of all, here I'm using for the dollar sign with the match stage to filter documents. Okay. So first of all, here I create the db dot the students dot use the aggregate function, and here I create for the parentheses and use the dollar sign. Okay. So we can see here the already are defined for this aggregate all the functions, and now just I'm going for, and here I'm just taking liquid for all data. Okay. So now first of all, here I'm type for the db, then use the students dot the aggregate, and here I'm create first is the parentheses, then square brackets, and also here I'm create for the curly brackets. Okay. So in this insert, first of all, here I'm use this is a match and create a clone, and here I'm create first of all create the curly brackets in this inside define for the age column. Okay. And also we are create for the again the curly brackets and then type for the dollar sign for the GTB functions, and create also this parenthesis is 25. Okay. Greater than, and now here is simply perfectly just type, and this command is create filter document from the collection where the age field is greater than or equal to 25. So now just press for the enter, and you can see here the all information is a greater than is 30, 25, 35, and the 20. Okay. So first command is completely working. Okay. And next step here I use for the grouping strings. Okay. So here type for the db dot then type the students dot use the aggregate, and here first of all create the parenthesis, then also use the square brackets. Okay. And now here I create for in this the curly brackets. So here first of all I create the dollar sign and then type here is a group group function. Okay. And create here the clone. And now, first of all, here I'm create the curly brackets. So first of all, here I'm type for the underscore the height. Okay. Here I'm define for the double quotations. Okay. And in this inside, I'm create for the dollar sign. Define this is the CT column. Okay. And here I'm use for the total age. Okay. So define for total this is total age and create the clone. And here I'm use for again for the curly brackets, and then use for the dollar sign the sum operator, and now use for again. So now first of all create the double quotation, and in this inside create for the dollar sign, and also here I'm define for each column. Okay. So now we have to completely use in this statement, and here simply for this command is group from the collections for by the C2 field and calculate the total is for the each seat. Okay, so define it perfectly now, and here I'm create for this, and you can see here is perfectly working this command. So the total is for the 256, 50, 40, and the here the total is a 118. Okay, so this statement is perfectly now working. Okay. So we can see here I'm perfectly used for this statement and completely working now. Okay. So here in this session is perfectly done, and I'm perfectly used for the MongoDB application using for the MongoDB shell. Okay. So I hope you found this tutorial helpful. So stay tuned for more tips and tricks for the MongoDB. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello programmer, welcome back to today's another tutorial topic. So today we are on create is a MongoDB indexing using for the MongoDB shell. Okay. So in this tutorial, I am explore for how to improve query performance by creating index on the MongoDB collections. Okay. So now for perfectly you ensure the connected the MongoDB instance of appropriate database now. So I am here is a perfectly connected with the MongoDB my database inside. Okay. So now just I'm going for here now creating for the first example. So here I'm first defined for is a single field index. Okay. So now just going here and first of all here I'm just say for my database for students inside and here first of all I'm type for the DB and now in insert for the collections name for the students. Okay. And dot here I'm used for the create. So define for perfectly this third one is the create index. Okay. Now here I'm first of all create a parenthesis and also the curly brackets. So define for here the name. So name is a one. Okay. So here this syntax for this command is create a single field index on the name field in the collections. So here is a complete and now press for enter. And you can see here this is a underscore for the one. This acknowledgement success creation for the single field index. Okay. So next step here I'm create for is creating a compound index now. Okay. So here I'm just creating. So first of all here I'm type for the DB dot use for here the collection name suppose like the students dot use for here is a perfectly just now this one is a create index. Okay. And now create for the parenthesis and also the curly brackets. So here first of all I will create for the first column for age is a 1. Okay. And also here I define for the city. So city is create for decrement 1. Okay. So this command now is create a compound index on the age and the city field in the collections. Okay. So now just execute this command and you can see this command is the age is 1 and the city is decrement 1. Okay. So this acknowledgement is working and is creation of the compound index. Okay. And next is the theorem also used for the another topic for here I'm creating a unique index. Okay. So now just I'm trying. So first of all, here I'm type for the DB dot here I'm type the so now just here I'm check these. Okay. So here I'm choose for these are students. Okay. And also here I'm used for the create index. Okay. And now in this inside, so first I'm create the here and create the parenthesis and also create the curly bracket sign. And in this inside I'm define for the perfectly email. So the email is a 1. Okay. And next step here and create for the another curly bracket and then type for the unique function. So UN IQUE. Okay, the perfectly spelling for the unique and then type this is a true statement. Okay, so this command unique index on the email field to my here field in the collections. Okay, so now just time execute this and you can see in this ID for here is a email is a not one and here you can see now just can verify here. So you can see here this the email section. You can see here this email. The first email is this it's after for Johan at the rate example.com and the Elise and the law. Okay, you can see here you perfectly see the result. But here I see for the sentence is not done. Okay? So now I'm going for another topic just create and here I'm used for creating a text index. Okay. So now first of all here I'm defined for the DB dot the students for the collections name and here you create this is a create for index and here I'm create for the parenthesis and also create the curly brackets inside I'm create for the description. Okay. So you perfectly just type this is a description. Okay. So description, and now here I'm create for the double quotations, and in front I'm just type for the text columns. Okay, so you can see here you perfectly create this command, and now just execute now, and you can see this completely create this it's called the MongoDB acknowledgement index successfully creations for here. Okay, so I hope you're perfectly understanding, and you can see I'm perfectly used. So now just find all for the index document. So defined for here is a db dot the students dot use. Here is a find function. Okay, and you can see here the all data is here, and you can see perfectly. So I'm here the perfectly working this statement, and here I'm perfectly used for the index operators. Okay, so thank you for watching, and happy day. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another new tutorial topic. So today here I'm creating for the MongoDB validation using for the information with the MongoDB shell. Okay. In this session we will perfectly explore for how to enforce for the data integrity and consistency by setting our validation rules for the MongoDB collections. Okay. So here now just starting for this segment, and here first of all connecting for my database of the data collection. So here first of all, in this session, just restarting for and newly create a new collections. Okay. So here in the session, so first of all, here I'm type for the db dot, and then type for simply just type for here is a create collection. So here I'm create for the parentheses and double quotation inside. I'm create for the collections name on for suppose like is a non fiction. Okay, so now here the define for non-fiction is perfectly. And now here I'm press for the enter, and you can see this database is already now here is it created. Okay, so now just I'm going for, and then here is a DB. Okay, just going for in this inside is not here. So here in students, okay, so you can see here I'm create for is a perfectly open for the student info with the sections for the collections. Okay, so I hope you understand it. Okay. So next step here I am just go for the collection. So now just going here, and here I'm just type this is a show for collections. Okay, so now just press enter, and you can see here to the all collections the documents, not non-fictions and the students. Okay. So you can see perfectly understanding. Okay. So now here I'm create for the collections for some. So first of all I'm define for the show collections, and here I'm insert for ones. First of all type for the db dot, here I'm just type is a non-fiction. Okay. So define it perfectly for non-fiction dot, here suppose like this is a insert one. Okay. And in this insert, first of all I'm type the parentheses and also create the curly brackets and define for the name. So here I'm use for the name suppose like for A, B, C. Okay. So now here is the perfectly clear, and press for the enter, and you can see the perfectly true this acknowledgement. Okay. So here I'm use for the another option. So now here I'm just type for the another way. So now here I'm define for the another data insert. So first of all here, now I just type for the db dot, here is a non fiction dot, here suppose like this is the insert one. And here, and first of all type for this is a name used for suppose like for here, and this is randomly used for 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Okay, so 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 is the completely, and press for the enter, and you can see here is a completely create for in acknowledgement is true, and here is a certificate. Okay, so here is a perfectly just create it now, and then going for here, so now just find for the show this function. So then type for the db dot, here is a non fiction dot, here I'm used for this define function. Okay, and here is a C for all the records. So you can see here is perfectly inserted for the two table information. Okay, so you can perfectly understand it. Okay. So now here I'm create for the non-fiction. So now just going here, and first of all here and create simply. So define for here is there simply just is a now here. So here I'm define simply just in create for the collection. So Now in this JSON create data. So now here I'm looking for the VS Code, and here I'm already created for into the data segment. Now just here I'm copy. Okay. So just copy and then paste for here. Okay. So now just paste, and you can see here is a completely paste for this. And now just here I'm just simply just try for interface, and you can see here is a Mongo here is a not directly. So now just here and simply first is a create all the document. So first of all we have defined for the DB dot here on the type is a create. So different purpose is for the create collection, and in this inside first of all I'm create for the parenthesis and double quotation inside and create supposedly here is a non fiction. Okay, and also create here the curly brackets, and now and here and create for just simply these double quotations. And okay, so it's not double quotations, and here and create the double curly brackets. Okay, so here simply so now in this inside is okay. So now here you can see this. So first of all I'm just again create, just copy and for paste here, and now here I'm just again paste for this data, and here is a completely this the perfectly free this the code for validation process, and you can choose for here to create for non-fiction inside. You just choose for create for the inside for the document. So now just I'm going for, and here I'm newly inside for the document now. Okay. So here, first of all, I'm inside for the just uh, understand define for the syntax process. So first you type for the DB dot, here you type the non-fiction, okay, and then dot use for, here it is simply just type for the insert. Okay, so inside, and here in the space for the parenthesis, and also create the curly brackets. So here in this inside, first of all, here I'm defined for the name, and here I'm first for name that book name for here the way of man. Okay. So and next step here, you type here the price. So define for this is a price column. So here you use for the floating point, but decimal. The here I'm used for the price is it 300 or is it 20? Okay. So you can see here, so just to press for the enter, and you can see your result for the MongoDB successful create. Okay. So you can process is completely done, and I hope you perfect understanding. And here I'm just completely trying for this process to completely working. So I hope you perfectly understanding this session. So thank you for watching. Happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another new tutorial topic. So today we are creating a MongoDB data API using cloud information with the MongoDB shell. Okay, so in this session, we'll perfectly explore for how to interact with the MongoDB data is a programmatically using that MongoDB shell. Okay, so here in this section, I'm open for the another new window. Okay, so now just create for here is the data. So data now now, and you can see just here I'm open, and then just I'm going to use for the students data is student, and now here I'm simply looking for data MongoDB shell, and first of all here I'm use for the students, and press for enter, and you can see perfectly says, and then here I'm type of the db dot students. It is one of the perfectly now. Okay. So now here first of all going the first example, just retrieve document from the collection. So first of all, here I'm type for the db dot the collection name the students dot here I'm use the find function. Okay. So here in this the find is common, we retrieve all document from the here is student collection. So now you have to find perfectly, and then press for the enter, and you can see here you perfectly see the all record for here in this table. Okay. Hope you understand it. And this executing this command return all documents stored in the collections. Okay, so now I'm going for the next option. So for here and create is inserting a new document into a collections. Okay. So here, first of all, I am doing this here and then first enter the basic syntax for DB dot. Here I'm using the students, the collection name. Okay, and then here I'm used for the insert one this function. Okay, and here first of all I'm create the parentheses and also create the curly brackets. So here I'm defining for the name. So here I'm defining the name is a Zara. Okay, and also here I'm defining for the age column. So age is 29. Okay, and next step here I'm defining for the city. So the city is used. So now here I'm defining for the city into Bangladesh. So here is a defined for the percentage of the Bangladesh is a city. So for she's city the Bangladesh. Okay. So now here I create this command, insert a new document into what my collections within the specified field. So okay, so now define and now just press for enter and you can see this acknowledgement is perfectly true and executing command add a new document to the my collections for here is the collection the students. Okay. So I hope you understand the next step here. I'm updating an existing document with the connections. Okay. So here, first of all, I'm used for then create again. So first of all, here I'm typing the DB dot use the collection name that the students. Okay. Dot then type for here is update. So here use the update one. Okay. And now I'm again create for not now. So first of all here create the parenthesis and now just going here and also create here the curly brackets. So in this inside, first of all here I'm defining the name. Okay. So the name is create for suppose use for the name is Zara. Okay. And next step here I am create now. So define for here is a comma is not now here and this line and here I'm also again use for is the curly brackets. So in this inside I'm use for the dollar sign and then type for the set function and now here I'm again use for the curly brackets and then type for the is 31. Okay. So here it is defined perfectly and this command update the age field of the document while the name is Zara in the students collections. Okay. So now we are perfectly clear and then press for enter and you can see here this acknowledgement is true and inside an ID is a null and the matched count is a 1 and modified count is 1. Okay. So here is a completely modified this section and this the MongoDB is for provide for the successful access. Okay. So here in this section is perfectly I use for this insert one. Now you can choose for the delete one. Okay. So here I'm just typing the DB dot here I'm use for the collection name. Just type here is students dot here I'm just type this is the delete one function and create this sign and in this case I will define for the name and newly create for the name of the Zara. Okay. So now here is a completely accurate and now press for enter and you can see these acknowledgement perfectly. Okay. So here in this session is completely done and here I'm perfectly applied for creating a MongoDB data API using for the information. So I hope you perfectly understanding this session. So thank you for watching and happy data query. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another new tutorial topic. So today we are create is a MongoDB chart using for the MongoDB shell. Okay, so now let's get started and first of all we ensure you connected for the MongoDB instance appropriate database now. I have already connected now and now I'm going for the first example. So first of all we are creating for the aggregating data for the charting. Okay, so here first of all I'm used for the students collection. So first of all, type for the DB, then the students for the collections dot here I'm just type for the aggregate function and first of all here I'm create for the parentheses and secondly create for the square brackets and thirdly use for the third brackets. So First of all, here I'm type the dollar sign and then type for the GROUP. Okay, so is a group. Perfectly just type is a group function, and now here I'm used for the curly brackets. So now first of all, here I'm type for the underscore for the ID is a phone, and here in this type define the dollar sign of CT column. Okay, and next step here I'm use this is a count function. So now I'm again use for the curly brackets, and in this inside I'm define for the sum and use for the one, and now is a completely create for the state to the first one with the three curly brackets now. Okay, so here in this session it's perfectly created, and this command is aggregate data from the collections grouping document by the city field and counting the number of document for the each city. Okay, so now press for the enter, and you can see here is a perfectly create for the aggregating data for charting. Okay, so I hope you understand. And next step we will create is the creating for the bar chart. Okay, so now perfectly just create. So first of all, here I'm defining for the DB. It's not DD. So DB dot then the collection name, suppose the students dot here I'm using aggregate function. And then first of all, here I'm create the parentheses. Next step here I'm create the square brackets. So in this inside, so now just again, and here first of all I'm create for the curly brackets. Okay, so here and first of all, use the dollar sign, just type here OUP group, then create parentheses. Sorry, the clone, and then again use the curly brackets, then underscore ID, then use here perfectly, just type the double quotations. And in this inside, I'm use for the dollar sign define for the city. Okay, and also here I'm use the count function. So this the count and create again for the it's not this one, and here I'm create the curly brackets. So in this inside I'm again use for the sum function and for the clone for is a one. Okay, so here is a perfectly just create this one, and here I'm create for the comma, and now just I'm going for the next line, and here I'm again use for the curly brackets. So now first of all here I'm use for the dollar sign and then type for the sort functions, and then create clone, and here I'm use for the curly brackets. So now just I'm again use for the count function is a clone for decrement one. Okay, and this is space is one space, and now here I'm use for the comma, and I'm just going for the open for the another line, and here first of all I'm create for the again the curly brackets. So now use for the dollar sign, and then type for here is the limit for. Okay, so now here is a simply create this code, and now just doing the next step, and here I will completely use this command for the data from the collections grouping document by the city field, counting the number of document, and also the sorting they will be sending order and limiting the result to the top 5 cities. Okay, so define is perfect and press for enter, and you can see here it is perfectly open for the top 5 cities. So the 5 is a San Francisco, then Los Angeles, then Boston, and here is insert. So now I'm defined for the 3. So you can press for 3 cities. Okay, so here it is completely great. It's called the bar chart. Okay, so you can try for here I'm using for creating a pie chart. Okay, so now just going for again. So first of all here I'm type for the DB dot the collection name is the students dot here and use the aggregate function is must use, and now in this insert create for the parentheses and also the square brackets, and now just going for the next line and again for the next line, and now here I'm type for the code. So first of all create the curly brackets, so again use for group function and the group, and here I'm again use this curly brackets, then type for here is the ID. So the ID used for the status. Okay, if not one, so use for the dollar sign, then the status is perfectly just type and create the comma, and then again for the count function. So now here I'm making the open for the curly brackets and then type for dollar sign and also use for the sum function for either one. Okay, so it's called create for this the pie chart. Okay, so here is a completely open and this command aggregate data from the collection grouping document by the status field and counting the number of document for each status. Okay. So now you have the completely just creating and press for the enter and you can see here it is the null and count for the null. Okay. So here this statement is document is perfectly working. So in this section is completely done and that concludes for this tutorial on creating MongoDB chart using table information with the MongoDB shell. Okay. So I hope you find this tutorial helpful in learning for how to visible MongoDB data directly from the shell. So stay tuned for more MongoDB tutorials. So thank you for watching.